if you're to take.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Ma'at, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind.
And my point is simply this. So we're going to give like this. Respect to Tehuti. Tehuti didn't want the topic. I won't say he was running because we had the conversation. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
Does this mean you refuse to answer my question? Are you refusing?
That's not even. Hey,
are you refusing to answer the question?
Scared to debate. This is what they do. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
I'm only talking to you.
But I'm not talking to you. Scared. You were scared to talk to me. Don't come on.
That's the very funniest shit.
So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and Tehuti shook our heads at the same time.
Tehuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites. I think
brother.
I need to clarify that with you. I think I need to clarify. You should let me clarify. Because I wasn't talking to you when I was talking about the writings on the wall. There's no name given to authorship, and there's no date given. Whereby we know when those writings on the wall were done. That's all I said. I didn't mention anything about you. So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and
changed
Tehuti shook our
his
heads
mind.
the same time. This is
Tehuti
crazy.
believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites.
Hold on. Okay.
Hey, what is that? What does it say there in verse 9?
And they that were with me saw and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me.
Right. This is the same.
Mm-hmm.
So those that were with him, they heard the voice, or they didn't hear it?
Now, according to what he's saying here to, who's he talking to here? Felix or Agrippa? Yeah. According to this, he says they heard the voice of him that spake to me. That's what the other one. Where's the other one in Acts 9?
No, I just want to establish one thing. It's
fine.
Those who were with him, they did not, according to Paul, not hear the voice that was with him.
Yeah, you're right. I remember reading this recently, and I was like caught on that. I was thinking like, that's something that I don't understand because I don't see what, it sounds like a contradiction.
Isn't it easy to understand?
No, it's not. Wait.
Have you ever heard of a liar?
It sounds like a contradiction in Acts, doesn't it?
Right. It sounds like a lie, doesn't it?
No.
When something is said and something is said the opposite, both things be true at the same time?
If something is said the opposite of something, can they both say at the same time?
Yeah, can I be 6'4" and at the same time be 5'11" at the exact same time? You to pick which one is the truth.
You can try to make me look like a dummy, and maybe I am.
That attitude. I just wanted to know which one.
I still honor God above man, and I don't put my trust in man.
Okay, I just wanted to know which one was the truth. I want to tell my son which one is the truth.
I mean, that's fine. I've been up against the wall before. I know what it feels like. It's all right.
It feels strange, right?
No, it just makes you stronger.
Do you feel stronger right now? Peace and greetings, everyone. We're doing a mic check. Peace and greetings. Peace and greetings, everyone. If you can hear me, Mic check, mic check. I'm going to adjust something right here to get the sound a little bit better. I'm going to move something close to me. Hold on a second. I'll turn this around. Mic check, mic check. Let me get a mic check. Greetings to everybody. Welcome. Let me check the room to see if you can hear me clearly. Already 47 people in here. That is wonderful. Mic check, mic check. All right, we're going to get this even closer. Okay, there we go. See if everybody's in here. Shout out to everybody. Another Tehuti Podclass. Let's go ahead and greet everyone that is in the room, since everyone can hear me well. Okay, let's see who's in the room today for this class. We have, oh good, it's almost 50 people in here already. We got XA who says, all rise. Shout out to XA. We have Banjan Pharaoh. Banjan Pharaoh, shout out to Banjan Pharaoh. Interesting name. Asiatic soldier, known as Debo. Stay on your discipline, stay on your workout, stay on your diet. Shout out to you. Asiatic soldier. We got, of course, the one and only, one of the most dedicated students ever in the pod class. We have AJ Super Mogul, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, we have the beautiful moderator, Nani Aset Mur. I'm going to introduce the moderators shortly. Shout out to Nani Aset Mur, welcomes everybody. We have Chandler Brigade, shout out to you, Chandler Brigade. Shout out to you, shout out to everybody in the room. Chandler Brigade's new, welcome to the room. We got Vinny Black Lodge. Shout out to Vinny Black Lodge. Okay, shout out to everybody in the room. We got, who else do we have here? Arcad Infinite. Peace. Another regular. Shout out to Jody, who I've known all the way from the Podcraft. When I was on there, Jody was on there as a moderator. Shout out to you, been in the classes ever since. Peace, love, and respect. And of course, couldn't do the class without Kamit 101, one of the biggest supporters, donators, students, biggest dedicated students, great family man. Kamit, who says, let me blow this up so I can see, who says mind elevation, peace of mind to Tehuti, Ma'at class, moderators. We're going to explain the moderators in a moment. Jimmy B, who always posts the pod classes as soon as they drop. He posts them on Facebook. Shout out to Vinny B. Shout out to everybody. Everybody's in here. Shout out to everyone. Everybody in the room here. Any newer people? Oh, Ben Frank. Shout out to Ben Frank. Shout out to Ben Frank. Peace to Ben Frank, who always shows up. He shows up. He says, what's going on? He shows up to classes regularly. Shout out to you. Master K, another dedicated student who always supports, always asks questions, and has sent in questions that have sparked some of the best classes here at the Tehuti Pod class. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to, the moderator, Sanetia Moon, says, I am, with a hand. Don't know what that's responding to, but glad to see Sanetia Moon, one of the moderators in the room. We're gonna explain the moderators in a moment. Okay, shout out to Sanetia Moon. Rigo, who's always supporting, always at the pod class, always asking questions, sending in support. This is going to be wonderful. Rigo always makes the class wonderful. And here comes one of my favorite names, the Conscious Conqueror, who puts, it looks like volcanoes, more fire. Shout out to everybody. We got Right Truth. I like that name, Right Truth. Speaking of Right Truth, that's how we're going to open up the class with the Affirmation of Ma'at. We have Darius McNear, who's been at almost every class since he's came. Shout out to Darius McNear. We got Jordan Mean. I think that's a new name, so shout out to you. Respect to all the new people. You are all going to enjoy the class. Jordan Mean, shout out to you. Okay, there's so many people here. Can't give a shout out to everybody, but I think the Bag Chaser's in here. Truth Seeker's in here, who always sends in great questions. Bass Nation's in here. There's the Bag Chaser. Bag Chaser, Hotep family. Bag Chaser, shout out to you. Israel Hoyley, who always supports, always donates, and always sends in great questions. Shout out to you. A lot of people are in the room today. We got everybody. Too many people. We got everybody in here. So let's go ahead and get started. Israel Hoyley's name's still up there. Oh, Jamie X. AJ Super Mogul says peace. Saba. Jamie X in the room. Jamie X always in the room, showing up, always in here doing it. Always in the class. Shout out to you. And yeah, let's go ahead and start it. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I am the teacher. I am the Saba, the doorway, opening up doors in your minds, opening up neural connections in your minds to do what? To break you out of the matrix. Breaking out of the matrix. Now, before we even start the class, we're going to go ahead and do the affirmation as we always do, because we do live Ma'at. And in Ma'at, we start off everything with Ma'at. So we're going to start off with the affirmation. To start off immediately having a foundation of good energy, and then we're going to introduce the room, introduce the moderators, explain what's going on. And here is the affirmation. You all can follow along or just listen. If you have questions in, you can send in the questions, but here we go. Anki Ma'at un ms nin tet aset and Ma'at min hepapet and Ma'at her and hukiui per ikut. I live from Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Now we can start. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. I am Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, teacher who's been teaching for over 35 years, 30 years. I've lost track. I was a public teacher at one point in the 90s, all the way up to about 99, 2000. And then I went into seclusion. I stopped teaching publicly, and I started learning business and finance, and took the knowledge of business finance and took it to the people that I used to teach, and got a lot of those people financially literate. And then I stopped teaching for a little while, just kind of focused on inner self. And then I restarted teaching. I've been teaching all around America, Canada, different parts of North America. I've been teaching for over 30 years. I started teaching just my inner circle. And in that journey, I had met a young brother named Ahati Ma'at, who was kind of down and out at the time. He was an ex-Hebrew Israelite. He wanted knowledge. He asked me questions. I broke things down to him, woke him up. He's been following me and following the knowledge and been with me ever since, dedicated and loyal. I was teaching him my inner circle, my goddesses, children, and not teaching the public. And then one day, Ahati came to me and said, you need to get on the internet again, because he is seeing a lot of teachers, so-called teachers on the internet teaching Kemet, teaching knowledge, but they're mainly about drama and mainly about overexcitement and just focusing on vagueness. And he said, you need to get up there and show people who you are, because he wasn't happy with what he saw on these main channels. Anyway, it took about 5 months of him continuously pressuring me and saying, get this brother, please, come on. They're waiting for you. They need to see you. I didn't go on for about 5 months. And then finally, I came online, browsed through. I saw some of the teachers and saw that they were actually the children of my students. Some of them that are very popular are the children of the people that I was teaching back in 95. And they became your popular YouTube teachers today, some of them. And yeah, they were not adequate to my standards. I saw what Ahati was talking about, and he invited me to a debate league to do an interview. They wanted to know who I was, wanted to know more about me as a comedic teacher. I won the debate league, had a interview, and in the interview, the debate league champion challenged me to a debate in the interview, which was interesting. And anyways, I went to debate him, beat him, ended up being the debate league champion of that league there. And I didn't come in there for that. I just came in there as a teacher to do an interview. And anyways, they sent me all type of people to debate. I've never challenged anybody in my life. And as you could see, as time went on, they introduced me to, they said, listen, we could get you a Jabari. We could get you the big names, the Unquest. Now, I don't know any of these people. I never heard of an Unquest. I never heard of a Jabari. I never heard of a Zion Lex. I don't know. I'm not familiar with the internet world. So I don't know who is popular on here, but I said, sure. You know, I will debate them. So anyways, went on to debate all of these brothers, Kamishan, Jabari, all these guys I never heard of before. And anyways, won the debate, and I ended up leaving that league. It was very chaotic. There was people in the league that were actually against me as the champion, which was very strange. I didn't understand the energy of that. People that were in power, that were controlling the actual websites, were putting up posts against me. So I said, I don't want any of this strangeness, and I got out of there. And went on to continue teaching, went on to the Killer Priest Podclass, did an interview there. Killer Priest loved me, invited me back over and over again. And I ended up being there as a regular up until about December. From that May, I think from May up until December, I was a regular there. Here's how the Tehuti Podclass got started. So a lot of my old students from 20-something years ago saw me on Killer Priest, saw me on the Lion's Den thing, saw me all over the internet again, and they said they're glad to see me and they want to restart classes with me. We were doing one-on-one classes. They were paying for the one-on-one classes, reciprocity. That's how it should be. And anyways, it became too much hours of my day. So I announced on the Killer Priest Podclass that I'm going to open up, Podcraft, that I'm going to open up a Podclass that everybody who wants to support what I'm doing, come to my Podclass, and instead of paying me hourly for the lessons, you can come there and give donations. They were giving a thing called super chats on Killer Priest, and one day the super chats were like $500, $300. AD had said he had never seen anything like that before, and he knows that it was because of me. He appreciated it. And I told everybody that, listen, you can come to the Podclass and ask me questions, because I'm not really here to take up the whole show, but I can have my own Podclass. When I started the YouTube Podclass, the YouTube shut down my super chat abilities. So therefore, I did not have the ability to get the super chat. So what I did is I created a way for everybody to send in their support and their questions, because you cannot ask questions in the chat. I will not answer them. I will not see them. The way you send in questions is you send them in through, this is my super chat that I created. Basically, you send them in through PayPal, Rocky SV, or Cash App TT Amun. One moment, everybody. One moment, please. Okay, I'm back, everybody. So I started this class here, and people send in Cash App and they send in PayPal, and when they do so, it pops up on the screen like this. Boom. So for example, Nito Campbell, who always sends in $27, $18, he always sends in his support. It pops up on the screen. And it pops up on the screen, and then I go ahead and proceed to answer the question. For example, here's Jermaine, who said, what is the best way to meditate? All types of questions come in. Black Alucard, who says $45 for thank you. If you send in a PayPal, it looks like this. Jermaine says no question, just for support, or question and more support there. This one here, Freddie sent in a question. So it pops up in the room, in the chat, I put it on the screen. Do you believe in the idea that some crystals have energy to help you manifest what you want? Things like that. And you send in the question and they pop up on the screen. Some people send in huge donations, like Kamitz, who's one of the biggest donators ever, who says, ask me a question about Pangea and Ma'at. Do you see a mass exodus from the US? That's one of the questions he sent in. Stranger, who's actually the name of the moderators, which I'm going to explain in a moment. He said, how do the people in Kemet settle disputes, property disputes? Anyways, that's how it works. Here in the Tehuti Podclass, you send in your question or you send in donation to support what it is that I'm doing. When you see, for those who are new, when you see the way that I answer questions compared to some of the other people you know on YouTube who are asked questions and they just come from the top of their head with all type of opinions, when you see the way that I answer questions with archaeology, scientific document, history, language, origins, the works, you'll see it looks like I spent months putting together the information. That's the quality that I want my students to get, and that is the quality that I give. So therefore, I'm called the Saba, because I open up doorways just for you to get further information. One thing unique about the Tehuti Podclass is that as the teacher, I don't know the topic, everybody. I have no topic. The topic is basically what you put in. You send the question. Here's Beged Leisure, who says, peace, bro. I was having a dispute with mortgage companies. I was visited in an outer body. He goes on to tell his story. Beged Leisure, another one of the biggest supporters. And it pops up on the screen, and then boom, I'm doing a class on that for about maybe 15 minutes, 10 minutes, or depending on what the question is. It could be 5 minutes, 30 minutes. It depends on how deep the question is. And then the next person, I go in my Gmail and I see the notifications, see the PayPals, and then boom, I answer the questions. That is reciprocity. Now, the people that are in the room that you may see with wrenches in regular YouTube chat rooms, they're called moderators. Moderators. A moderator is one who helps control the demeanor of the chat. And when I say demeanor of the chat, what I mean is keeping it calm, keeping the chat room respectable. You can send questions into them about where I debate, where I may be at my next, what my next venture may be, how to reach me on email, how to purchase books, things as such. Hold on 1 second, please. Things of that matter, you can send in those type of questions. You do not send in questions to them about information. Those questions are sent in to me as a teacher, and also it distracts the class. And also, people who send in questions to them are telling me that they are not wanting to support the time and effort that I put into this. They want to get just free information. But I say this over and over again. People have Hulu accounts, Netflix accounts. I've spent $80 going to the movies with their family. I spent $100 on sugar, Cheerios, donuts, Frosted Flakes, bubble gum, cigarettes, everything that we spend money on, going out to the club, buying the shots for the girls, buying the shots for the guys, buying the Moet bottles, souping up our car, doing all type of things that are basically bringing us nowhere but spending our money on entertainment and distractions. When it comes to school, we do spend money on tuition. We do get student loans. We spend money on the textbooks because that is their school system and people respect that. Just as such, people respect my time and effort that I put into this, and therefore they support what I do because I do this for you on a full-time basis. This is actually what I do for a living, especially during these COVID months. They have shut down the places that I perform. I'm an outside performer. Shut them down. I'm not allowed to perform there anymore. I'm also a fitness trainer at 2 different gyms. That one gym got removed. Its address got taken away, got turned into a Foot Locker because of COVID, and the other gym shut down. So I can no longer do that. So this is my form of finance. And as people that are getting this information that see that I'm not giving opinion, I'm giving information, I appreciate their support. Now, for those who are in the room that are seeing the people with wrenches, those are called the moderators. Here are the moderators, called moderators in regular rooms, but moderators here, named by the one and only Stranger, who should be in the room. He's usually always in the room. Stranger named the moderators. You see the word ma'at in there? That is what a moderator does. It moderates, they moderate, or they bring ma'at. So they are moderators. And the moderators, I will announce them. They are Unki and Ma'at, which you'll see in the room. Nani Aset Mur, which you should see in the room. Senetia Moon, you should see her in the room. Ahati Ma'at, you should see him in the room. If not in the room now, but he is coming up. But these are the people that will help keep the room in order. That means if they see disrespect happening in the room, I know that in the regular chat, in the regular rooms on YouTube, it's all about drama. It's all about instigation, bothering somebody, talking about people's personal lives, and you don't really get much information compared to the drama that you get. Here, there's absolutely none of that. You will never hear Tehuti discuss anybody's personal life. You will never hear me insult anybody on what they are about. I only attack or teach knowledge. You will never see me discuss anybody personally, do any ad hominems. You'll never see me cussing anybody out. If that's the type of information you're looking for, you are in the wrong room. But I guarantee and promise you, there are 100 others for you to choose from, where you go in there and it's rah, 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 insults, rah, rah, rah. And you're going to hear a lot of, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know, this by the way of, by means of. You're going to hear a lot of the vague talking in and of itself, by the way of, in and of itself, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? In and of itself, by the way of. That being said, you're going to hear a lot of that type of talk, and those are just filler words. When you come here, you're going to get information, dates, facts, things on the screen that will help you. So that is what the Tehuti Podclass is all about. Welcome everybody to the room. We're going to get right into it. Also, for those who want to support, sending in their cash apps. Owen Hythe, one of the biggest support. He was actually the biggest one-time supporter. He is the biggest one-time supporter of any new person that just popped up on the screen. But for those who want to support, I do have books that are PDFs, such as Melanin Dark Consciousness. You can inquire how to get that. And also, there's another popular one, Stepping Out of the Matrix. These are what I call my beginner books, although when you open them up and actually analyze the information, it's not too beginner, but they're beginner as in, I put these books out, especially this one here, Stepping Out of the Matrix. I put that book out as a bridge for you to help new people while putting information in for those who are in an intermediate level, such as information on the SMA area of the brain and the U.S. military command and how they use white leukocytes to send information from a body to the leukocytes of a cup. That sounds like, high level, deep information, but at the same time, the book breaks down where Christianity came from, Serapis, the Septuagint, so that you're getting information and also learning how to reach somebody who's not at that high level. You may have a mother that's interested or not interested. You may have a brother who's on the border. You may have a sister or some friends that want to know what you're about, or do you want to break them out of the matrix? You can use information in there, and I put bridges in there on how do you talk to a Christian? What are the similarities? How do you bridge them over to truth? If you just walk up to somebody and say, the Bible's trash, the Bible's is nonsense, man, that's the white man's book. Yeah. That's going to push them away and form a bridge mentally, and form a bridge also in the corona's of the Curlian energy in their fingertips, which will actually form a bridge, an etheric bridge, a light bridge, which I've actually shown pictures of. The light bridges form between people when they interact in an aggravated way. There's a light bridge that actually, a light dam that actually blocks the bridge. So we don't want to do that. We want to be able to walk people through step by step and get everybody to their level. So I teach you, how do you talk to a Muslim? How do you talk to a Christian? How do you talk to a Noah? How do you talk to a Hebrew Israelite? How do you talk to a person from the Nation of Islam? Without just insulting them, just walking them through, because we all start off on our different levels. So this book here helps with that. This book here is super, this book has a lot of information. This book is deep. I'll let you just order it and see. So anyways, let's get on with it. Let me check the chat room, make sure people are here, because questions have already been sent in. Questions have already been sent in. So everybody, any new people walked in? Oh, Danny Salinas. Danny Salinas came in. Danny Salinas, he is a regular, been a regular for a long time. Shout out to Danny Salinas, the scribe, man, the scribe who shut down, I think it was last week or the week before. This man sent in $111 for a donation. I also did a class for him, helped out his lady that was asking questions about death. And the next time I saw him in the class, or the time after, boom, sent in that big donation. Shout out to you. And I thought I saw Robert Reyes. Shout out to you, Robert Reyes. Shout out. You are awesome. Been with me ever since the Killer Priest podcast. And Pedro Taramo, shout out to you. And I thought I saw Kinetic Energy's name while I was scrolling through. I don't see it right now, but shout out to Kinetic Energy if he's in the room. Shout out to Korn. That was a great debate against vocab. Thank you. I'm glad you watched it. Glad you liked it. And there's a Hati Ma'at right there. He is my strong arm. Shout out to my strong arm right there. And shout out to everybody else. Uh-oh. One second, everybody. If you can hear me, press 1. I'm trying to see if I'm on, which one of these I'm on here. Am I on? Press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1. Mic check if you can hear me. Mic check. Oh, there's name, Volta Controller. Okay, good. It popped up. Wonderful. Okay, wonderful. Everybody can hear me. Teenage Christ. What an interesting name. Shout out to Teenage Christ. Haven't seen your name before, but shout out to you and welcome to the room. If you're new or if you're somebody who just changed your name, welcome to the room. Shout out to you, Teenage Christ. Okay. E-Manifesto, this brother right here, sent in a great question, sent in a huge donation. I think it was like $43. Asked me a few questions. He sent in several. He sent in, but the major one was about Clyde Winters talking about the so-called UFO or helicopters in Egypt, and that was an excellent class. Everybody loved it. Shout out to you. Okay, let's get. Oh, I love this name right here, Dogon Dez. Is there a link for the books? Dogon Dez. Moderators can help him out with that. Is there a link for the books? You can email me. Moderators will help you out for that. Shout out to everyone. More wisdom is here. Wonderful. Okay, so as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, last week's Podclass got taken off. Is gone. That wonderful Podclass on the Tree of Life I gave and Tehuti. I forgot all the questions because it was 6 hours. So I can't remember everything that was discussed. So there may have been some people who sent in some questions. YouTube removed it. They also made it uneditable. So I can't edit the parts that they say is the problem. And they also made it unavailable for me to get. So there may be, but I have a couple of questions that were sent in right at the end. But but unfortunately, we're working on getting that back up because they won't even let me get it to upload it. In order to upload it, I have to have it, and they are not. I'm not able to get the Podclass for me to even re-upload it. Everybody's saying, "Can you re-upload it? Send me the link." There is no link. There is no re-upload because something's happening where I can't even get the video. That class was wonderful. Everybody loved it, and it got taken down. So for those who asked questions in that class, if you want to go ahead and ask them again to get it, those questions were beautiful. The Tree of Life and everything was so awesome. Anyways, let's get started, everybody. So we got Sonetta was at Infandishi spot in Harlem. Yeah, shout out to Sonetta. I'm on there sometimes. Sonetta is a great doorway to for people to see new and old people. He's been doing that for years and years. Okay, let's get started, everybody. Let's get started. Is Raphael in the building? Raphael in the building. Raphael Gary, is he here? Is Raphael Gary here? They say I'm out of memory. Maybe we can talk off here about that, but they said I'm out of memory to save them. So we'll talk offline off this chat about that. Thank you, Voltage. Okay, let's get started, everybody. Let's just get right started. It's already 8 o'clock, I think. I can't see the time. It's almost 8 o'clock. Let's get right into the information, man. There's a lot of stuff that was sent. That is being sent in. Let me check my Gmail. Let me check the Podclass and see who's supporting. So for those who just got here, the support is PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App, TT Amun. That's how you send in your support. That's how you send in your questions. This is my AI moderator that you see on the screen with the natural hair who says support with Cash App. Question TT Amun. Okay, and of course on my hat is the one and only Neith. She is a unicorn. On my hat, she represents photonic entanglement. The weaver in Kemet was the photonic entangler. Let me go ahead and fix this. It got blurry. I think it's automatic auto adjust. It'll get unblurry in just a moment. That is Neith. She is my spider all the way from Zimbabwe. Okay, all the way from Zimbabwe. Let me see if I can fix this here. Auto adjust. Let's keep it clear. It's going back blurry. It'll fix itself. If you guys see me blurry, it will fix itself shortly. In my hand here is the one and only, the most famous of all my snakes, I believe. This is Nakash. This is who's on some of my flyers, my flyer for debates, and this is Nakash. He is named after the people of the southern parts of the Nile called the Nakashi, the name that they took and made the serpent in Genesis 3, called the Nakash. This is Nakash right here. Okay, everybody, we're going to get started. Let me see if I can, if it's a little bit blurry, let me see if I can pull it up more, fix it up a little bit. All right, it'll come out of Zoom. It'll zoom into auto adjust in just a moment. Hopefully, if you guys see me blurry. If I look clear, press 1. If I look blurry, press 2. On my end, it looks blurry. Let me see if I can adjust something. Hold on. I'm the one-man teacher, and I'm also the engineer. 1 second. Hold on. Okay. Boom. Go there. And boom. How does it look now? Okay, let me check the room. Do I look blurry or do I look clear? Do I look blurry or do I look clear? 2, 2, 2. Yeah, I look kind of blurry, right? Strange. Okay, 1 second. Let me turn the mic off. Let me turn the camera off. 1 second. I'm trying to adjust something here. Boom. Okay, hold on a second, everybody. Okay, this is supposed to be one of the best cameras. What is it doing? What is it doing here? Okay, we're going to fix this little issue, everybody. Okay. Let me turn the camera off and on. Let me do this because it is way too blurry. Let me go here. Put it back on high def. And there I am. Okay, much better. Let's turn it off and on. Let's see how I look on the big screen. Oh, much better. Okay, looking a little sharper. Now, press 1 if you can see me sharper. I should be much sharper now, at least on my end. I look pretty sharp. Wonderful. Okay, good. Let's get going, everybody. Squano Trending, welcome to the room. Shout out to you. Let's get going. Oh, okay, get some agua again. Okay. Let's get started. So let's see who's been supporting in the room. Howdy. Howdy. Neith looks sharp. Thank you, Chandler. Okay. I'm putting up Chandler, but showing Eric. Okay, there you go. Good. All right, let's get started, everybody. We're about to get started. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's get it on, man. Let's see what's going on. 93 people in the room, waiting to see what class is about. Class is about what you asked. So I'm gonna check. So I have a couple of questions actually in from last week. Let me go ahead and refresh this and see how the support is going. Okay. It doesn't look too great, but I got questions from last week. So first off, okay, I see a couple in. Let me TripAdvisor. Let me get that out of here. Okay, let me boom, take this off the screen. Okay, everybody, where's everybody's support? What's happening here? Let me get into the questions. Okay, so first off, before we even start, the one and only, the good brother here, I see him already, Anthony Drain, who sends in before class ever starts. He always sends in this before the class starts. He is awesome. Let me go ahead and put him in the room. He always starts off with the support in the class, and I'm going to go ahead and put his support in the room. Let's see. Anthony Drain. Let me go ahead and do brand. Anthony Drain has sent in his regular support of, is this him right here? Oh, it's doing this thing again. Oh boy. Okay, I'll have to do it. 1 second, everybody, bear with me. I'll do this all manually. It doesn't pop up automatically. All manually. Let me see. Oh, nope. Okay, so I'll have to do this. Let me try like this. Oh, there we go. Okay, nice. Okay, good. I figured out another way to do it. I'm going to go ahead and go to share. Shout out to Anthony Drain. We're going to go Chrome tab. I think this is it right here. Shout out to Anthony Drain. You are awesome, my brother. Always supporting. He is always supporting. Shout out to you, Anthony Drain. And usually what happens, everybody, if you send in support over $25, I always give you the hand clap and the super shout out. Anthony Drain sends in support all the time. So I'm going to go ahead and give him a shout out. Big shout out and hand claps, because you, Anthony Drain, I don't even know if I see you ever in the room. I'm not sure if I see you in the room, but you are always in here supporting. before the class starts. So shout out to Anthony Drain. Appreciate you. Much respect to Mr. Anthony Drain. Always supporting. Thank you, my brother. You are awesome. Every week you support. Shout out to you. I respect that. That is wonderful. Okay, let me go ahead and take it off of screen share. Okay, and let me get into the questions that were sent. I see Nito Campbell's already sent in his support. I'm gonna do that after my question. Okay, so let me go ahead and close this out. And is Raphael Gary in the room? I like it when people are in the room that sent in the question. Is Raphael Gary in the room? Is Raphael Gary in the room? Let me check and see if he is in here. Shout out to Kim Hammer. Haven't seen that name before, but he says support the like habit. That's right. Shout out to you. Oh, Kinetic Energy is in the room. Shout out to Kinetic Energy. Shout out to him. He is a great supporter. One time he had the highest support, one-time donation. He's always supporting. Shout out to you. Okay, let's go ahead and get into this, everybody. I'm going to move these from the screen and see. Is Rigo in the room? Not Rigo. Gary, Raphael Gary, are you in the room, my brother? Raphael Gary, are you in the room? Let me go ahead and take this off the screen here. Let's get started, everybody. Let's get started. Okay, boom. Is Raphael Gary in the room? Let me check the room one more time. I don't see Raphael Gary. Okay. I have a question in from who sent this one? More. Oh, this is. Oh, here we go. Who is this? XA is a person named. Is XA in the room? Oh, is XA Sal? These guys have so many names, hard to keep track. Is XA in the room? I think XA is also Sal, also Maurice, like several different names. Is XA in the room? XA, are you in the room? The moderators say they see you. So here's an exciting one. This is good. I like it when people send me in questions where they're asking a question about what someone else is teaching for me to clarify the teachings, because there isn't a lot of teachings going on. Here he is. XA is in the room. Okay, XA. So let's go ahead and get started with this. XA. So first of all, shout out. Let me go ahead and get XA ready. Let me get this off the screen here because XA sent in a nice chunky support. Shout out to you, XA. Let me go ahead and get him ready for the room. XA with the first question in. XA, where's the okay, banners, the ticker. There it is. Okay. XA, you're in the room, my brother. I see you in the room. Hotep Wagwan. I see Jamaicans in the room. Hotep, peace to you. The Outliers in the room. Shout out. XA's in the room. So everybody, here is how I answer questions at the Tehuti Podclass. Like I say, I don't know the questions that are coming in. They come in. You send them in right now as I'm teaching. You send them in. I get them. I answer them. Or they'll come in later on at the night when it's time for me to close up. So I don't have time to answer them. So I start off the next class with the question. This is an example. Here we go. XA sent in a question, and we're going to go ahead and put it on the screen share right now. Let's go. Okay, so XA sent in this question. Here we go. Screen share. Boom, if y'all can see my screen. Here it is right there. And the brother XA sent in this. And I put them all together because he actually sent in a question and then clarified it because he said, let me go ahead and read it. Here we go. So shout out to XA. First of all, XA, shout out to you for the 2772. And it says, first it says, everything you know about Ampu and the moon. So, of course, you know, everything I know is way too vague of a question because everything I know I'll be doing the podcast for a week straight. So everything you know on Ampu and the moon. Then he sent in clarity, said, indeed, I forgot who I was talking to. That answer would probably take more time than what was afforded. Rephrased, who is Ampu and how does she relate to the moon? And then sent in this, which is what stimulated the question. Yes, the good brother Seven Bomer. I've never ever heard of this brother before, but he says Seven Bomer refers this in a podcast from last year. By chance, I found the clip. He speaks of this between the 37th and 38-minute link. Here is the YouTube link. And there is the brother right there. He looks very, very happy. There is the brother right there. That is Seven Bomer. I have no idea who this is. So first off, let me go ahead and do this. Let me give for that big donation. You are awesome, my brother. Appreciate that. And I want to give you a bow and give you respect for the 27. I think it was 2772. With such an abstract question coming in, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, you can send in any type of question on knowledge. And shout out to you, my brother XA, for asking that question and sending in the large donation. Much respect for you, to you. And we're about to get into it. Let's go ahead and get into the answer. Okay, who is the Ampu? What is this Ampu? Interestingly enough, I clicked on Sonnetter and they went into that brother's house, and he was teaching about Ampu, and I've actually never heard Ampu really spoken of before in detail, and they were actually speaking about it. I said, oh, what a synchronicity. Somebody just asked me a question. I clicked on Sonnetter, and they were actually speaking about the same topic. But this one is specifically on what the brother said about Ampu. Shout out to RPM. Welcome to the room, my brother. What the brother Seven Bomer said about Ampu. So, of course, you know me at the Tehuti Podclass. Whenever somebody asks me about what somebody else says, I let the room know exactly what that person says, because I do not double back and try to paraphrase what somebody else says and misrepresent them. I let the person represent themselves. So you know me at the Tehuti Podclass here. We're going to go by straight facts, and I'm going to go ahead and play what the person said. If everybody can see the screen, here is the brother Stephen Bomer right here. I'm going to go ahead and play what he said so you all can hear, so I can address it. Here we go.
The end of this build, why Hermanubis,
we'll go
the end of this build, why Hermanubis and Anubis, or God, the god of the underworld, or the god of the moon, is a dog. It's the opposite side of the Thoth. Thoth's opposite side is Anubis, right? So then you see that there is a very occult connection with commerce that is precise.
Okay, so there it is. So we see Hermanubis and all of these things now. Here we go. So let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're going to go ahead and answer XA's question, and I'm going to break it down. You know how I break things down. So first of all, let's get right into it. Let's get right into it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to break it down. So here we are. Let's break it down. Okay, so unfortunately, our brothers and sisters have been caught up in the Greek mutation of the original culture and is now trying to build upon the mutations instead of teaching from the originals. Hermanubis, quote unquote, Hermanubis, is a mutation of a mutation. They have taken Tehuti, who was the netter of truth, and has made him the god of protection of thievery. Then combine him with Anpu to create an augmented mutation. Remember, Tehuti's other name was Ya, which was the moon. Thus, when the Greeks merged him with Anpu, now people think Anpu, Anubis, has something to do with the moon. It is very unfortunate how misinformation snowballs. Okay, so misinformation snowballs. So people take information from the Greeks who mutated it from the Cometians and they try to build upon that. And then they end up snowballing misinformation. People hear the misinformation, then they go to teach it. So, straight to the Kemetic papyri. One thing that I tell people to always do is that if you're going to talk about any of the netter, anything coming from Kemet, please refer back to what the Cometians said. It is an insult and a disrespect to speak upon what ancient cultures taught about without referring to their words directly. So the brother says Anubis, and his connection to the moon. Okay, so here is actually the story of the destruction of mankind found on the walls of the temple of Seti II, called the Book of the Heavenly Cow. Inside of those writings has the destruction of mankind, which I'm going to blow this up and show you the translation. Of course, you can get this through Legends of the Gods, E.A. Wallace Budge, and several other translations. E.A. Wallace Budge has the Meta on one side and the English on one side if you want to refer to that. That's why I refer that book. But of course, you can get the story through Breasted and Faulkner and several other translators. But here we are. We see here that when the rebellion took place with the people that were trying to go up against Ra because they saw him getting old, we see here that he puts Tehuti in his place. Thou shalt be in my place. Thus, Tehuti at that point was called Ast. I actually broke this down last week, this section, this particular part here, last week with the video they took down. So, Ast, therefore you shall be called O Tehuti Ast of Ra. Put in the place are the seat of Ra. Moreover, I give you the power to send Hab. That's where you get the word ibis from Hab. Thereupon shall come into being the ibis, bird of Tehuti. Moreover, I give thee the power to lift up thine hand before the two companies of the Natiru, the gods, who are greater than thou. What thou dost shall be fairer than the god Ken. Therefore, the divine bird Tekeni of Tehuti came into being. Moreover, I give you the power to embrace the two heavens with thy beauties, with thy rays of light. Therefore, you shall come into being. And here it is right here, ladies and gentlemen. Come into being the moon god. Yah. That says Yah right there. That A with the dot on the top turns the A into a Y sound, an E sound, or a Yah of Tehuti. Therefore, I give you the power to drive back the Ha-Nebu. And it continues, but I just wanted to show you that it was actually Tehuti that was called the moon god or the moon netter, because he was put in the place of Ra, making him the second light, Ra being the greater light, the sun, which is what the Ra actually is, the sun. And then Tehuti becomes the Yah, the moon, because he's in the place of Ra as a lesser light. So it's actually Tehuti that was associated with the moon, not Anpu. Here we go into page 29 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. We see here, Yah, Tehuti. Tehuti, the moon god. Yah, meaning also to break the ground, as I explained last week, because Tehuti was associated with the ibis bird that breaks the ground to get its prey. That sticks its beak into the Nile Valley, into the river, and into the mud to get its prey. So thus Tehuti is associated with the bird that breaks the ground, but focus is on the moon part, which is the Yah. You see it, all these three here, you see the Yah. So that is actually Tehuti. Actually Tehuti, not Anpu. That is why when you hear other people teach, they just start talking from the top of their head. They don't actually refer you to any Medunetter, any form of source. They just start talking and talking and talking. The moon of Tehuti as the reflection of Ra, because he is the lesser light. He is the one that guides you at night. In other words, Tehuti is the one that represents knowledge. The owl, the one who is guiding you through ignorance. Thus, he's associated with a mirror. I broke that whole mirror class down weeks ago. You can ask about that if you missed that class. But Tehuti is associated with the mirror. Here is the instructions of Amenem-Opi. The instructions of Amenem-Opi is where they stole the books of Proverbs from, sections of the books of Proverbs. Here's the instruction of Amenem-Opi. This goes back 1300 BC, prior to there even being a Anubis or an Anubis or a Hermes. That's what the Greeks stole. Whenever you teach about the Kemetic netters or ancient Nile Valley information, you should never start with the Greek words. You should never start with Anubis and Hermes and all of this foolishness. No, that is the mutation of the knowledge. Here is the source. One who transgresses the furrows shortens the lifetime. One who seizes the fields and acquires deceptive attestations will be lassoed by the might of the moon. To one who has done with this earth, pay attention. For he is the oppressor of the feeble. He is an enemy worthy of overthrowing. Life is taken from his eye. His household is hostile to his community. These are the laws of Ma'at from Amenem-Opi. And you see that it says that when you do anything deceptive, you are lassoed by the might of the moon. What does that mean? Simply that people who try to do deceptive things, they are sneaky people, and that is associated with doing things in the darkness. Doing things where you can't be seen. But lo and behold, as you try to do things in the darkness, the light of the darkness is the moon itself. That is Tehuti, the Yah. Thus you are lassoed by the moon because you can be seen even though you think you're doing things in the darkness and sneakiness. You are still seen and you are revealed, such as the moon of the light of the moon reveals things that take place in the darkness. That moon is Tehuti because he is the judge of what takes place in the darkness, which is why you see Tehuti in chapter 3 under the scales, writing down the notes and the deeds of those who do bad and good, taking measure. That is Tehuti. He is the one associated with the moon, not Anubis. Here is Amenem-Opi, and here you see Tehuti here writing down the deeds. You see him right there, depicted writing down the deeds. Let me shrink this down a little bit. So that is Tehuti. Okay. Here we're going to go down here a little bit more. And we see here in the hymn to Tehuti, we see here adorations to son of Re, Tehuti, the son of Re. Hail to you, the moon, Tehuti. See, Tehuti is the one associated with the moon because Tehuti was the deputy of Ra. Over here we find right here Tehuti, vicar of Ra. We see that Tehuti was made the Ast. And once he was made the Ast, he became the deputy of Ra. The way you say deputy in Kemet is the same word for mirror. I broke that down already. Here it is right here. The deputy, and you see the Aten, which is the same as the mirror. That is the same as the deputy because he is the reflection of the greater light, because the moon is the reflection of the sun, because the moon is non-luminous. It has no light of its own. It's a lesser light. That is what Tehuti was. So he was called the Aten, the deputy. And also you see the word deputy on page 98 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary is the same word for mirror. Deputy and mirror is the same thing because Tehuti is the mirror. He is the reflection of the greater light representing the moon. It is Tehuti, not Anubis, not Ampu. Okay, here's what the Greeks did. The Greeks mutated it. Remember, Tehuti, as we just read, is the god of that which is fair, that which does not steal. But, of course, the mutated mentality of the Greeks, they create this naked man right here, the god of travelers, roads of travelers, and thieves. So they make Hermes. Hermes is the god of the thieves. Tehuti would never be the god of the thieves because Tehuti is against thievery. So in Kemet, Ma'at is against thievery, and I just read the laws of Ma'at, where it spoke clearly against not being deceptive, not moving the board, not moving the mark to create thievery, not stealing from the poor. But yet Hermes, who the Greeks made Tehuti, he's the god of thievery. See, so here we go. So we got Hermes right here. You can look him up. He's a psychopomp. I did a whole class on the psychopomp. So they steal Tehuti. They make him the sole guide of the afterlife. You see that? They steal the concept. But he's the god of thieves and the god of commerce, also called Mercury, where you get the word merchant from, which is why people today say, hey, do you have that merch? That word merch is short for Mercury. Mercury, because of the speed of something, which creates a current, and that creates currency, which is why money is called currency. It represents the Nile Valley, and the current of a river became the source of life to the Kemetians, but they took that away, and now the current of our life, the currency of our life, is now money, merch, our Mercury, Hermes, right? Thievery, right? That's why the money that you use is fiat money. It's not real money. Ever since 1972, it says this is legal. This is legal debt for all debt, public and private. It's a debt. It's legal debt from thievery. That is the god Hermes. That is Hermes' energy, not Tehuti's energy. Tehuti's energy was the energy of the flow of the Nile Valley and the balancement of Ma'at with the feather and the heart, not Hermes. Stop calling Tehuti Hermes. Remove Hermes and you don't have a Hermanubis. And if you remove Hermanubis, then you no longer have a teaching. See how it works? You remove the nonsense from the teachings, remove the Greek from the Medunetter, remove the Greeks from the Nile Valley, and now you don't even have a Hermanubis to teach about Hermanubis. You don't even have that anymore because it is a mutation. There was no Hermanubis. Here is the Hermanubis that they invented. See what they did? Here is Hermes over here, and over here, ladies and gentlemen, here is Hermanubis. See it right there? Hermanubis. There is no ancient Hermanubis. Hermanubis is a mutation by them. They say it themselves. It is in the Vatican. See that? The Vatican Museum. They say it themselves. They combine Tehuti with Anubis. So they combine Tehuti with Anubis, and that creates Hermanubis. See, but you don't have a Hermanubis if you don't mutate Anpu into Anubis and then combine him with Tehuti and then mutate Tehuti into Hermes, the god of thievery. See? So then they have Hermes, Anubis, similar responsibilities. They were both conductors of souls. That's where the Steven brother gets the point. That's where he gets, see, Anubis is the other side of Tehuti, and the opposite side, and no. Anpu is not the other side of Tehuti. That is incorrect. Nowhere in Medunetter teachings that they teach that. Stop the nonsense. Stop the Greek nonsense. Take all that nonsense and toss it in the garbage and go back to what the originals actually taught. Okay, so they did not teach about a Hermanubis and a Hermes that's Tehuti opposite to Anubis. No, that doesn't exist. The Romans invented that. The Romans created that. They stole it. And then they are the ones that made this new concept of a Hermanubis. It sounds good to our ears. Hermanubis. And then you have Aphrodite, and you have Hermaphrodites. They're the ones creating this mutated nonsense. Okay? So, here at Tehuti Podclass, factual indigenous truths are revealed and New Age editions are eradicated. Okay, New Age editions are eradicated. We just eradicated this Hermanubis nonsense. No, Anpu is not the moon. It is Tehuti, who is called Ya, which is the Kemetic Medunetter word for moon. And it is the Greeks that took Tehuti, turned him into a LGBTQ Hermes, the god of thieves, and then combined Hermes with Anubis, making it Hermanubis, and thus Anubis now, Anpu, becomes associated with the moon. Chaos begins. And then brothers come about, New Age brothers in the year 2000s, and they start teaching upon the Greek mutations. No, we don't do that here at the Tehuti Podclass. Anubis. Who is Anubis? The question was asked, who is Anubis? What animal is this, ladies and gentlemen? I'm going to check the room, and I want to see my Kemetic people. I want to see those who study knowledge and see Everybody who's seen this, right? What is this animal? I want everybody in the room to type in, and I want you to commit to it. What is this animal? What is this? What is this animal? I'm going to check the room right now and see if everybody can type in. We're going to do that. We're going to interact and do this and see who here is knowledgeable of this. Let me see how knowledgeable people are on their Kemetic knowledge. What animal is this? Who is this and what is this animal? Who is this? Who does this represent and what is this animal? Let me check the room, y'all. I'm about to check it. We got, Rigo said, great question. We got, a lot of the same answers. This is nice. I'm getting a lot of the same John Wick. Funny. Okay, I'm getting, Bag Chaser says, the jackal. Nice. Right. Thieves, appropriate for Greco-Roman. Of course, they'd be attracted to that. Kem must know about Kemet. The word Kem is in his or her name. So Kem says the jackal. I think this is unanimous. Even Senetia Moon says the jackal. We got Vinny Black Lodge, the jackal. We got, you guys are studying. We got Jackal. Rigo says, great question. Angie Flame says the jackal. Somebody right now, if you guys can send in a donation question, please. I want you to send in a question about the jackal. I'm going to break it down anyways, but go ahead and send it in, ladies and gentlemen, because I want to find out what is this. This is the jackal. We got the jackal, but who is it though? Who is it? Is it Anubis? Is it Ra? Who is this? It's the jackal, right? The jackal, but which god is it? We got wild dog. This is a wild dog. Wild dog, which actually is they got the jackal and the dingo, the two canines who are both wild dogs. And you're right, the jackal is a wild dog. E Manifesto says the jackal. This is awesome. You guys send in your donations, ask about this. I want to know. I want you guys to support what I'm about to break down here, because I see that everybody is on. This is unanimous. This is everybody. Jack L. We got Jack L. All right, we got Jack L. Wow. This is going to be good, everybody. Let me check my Gmails and see if you guys are sending any questions about this Anubis and Jackal, because I'm going to break it down. But I want to know. Because this is going to be good. Wow, this is the dirty dog. It doesn't look too dirty, though. It looks kind of clean. We got the dog. Squano says the dog. Jack L. Anubis. Wow, you guys, this is unanimous, hands down. Hands down. We got the jackal. I swear, everybody, the jackal. This is deep, man. This is good. Anubis, you guys are good, man. You guys studying the jackal. Everybody, the jackal and Anubis. Woo-wee. I give up. This is, you guys got it. You guys got it. Sense of smell. Look, we have people breaking it down. Sense of smell, sharper than any other. This is awesome. We got the wolf, the jackal. This is... wow, we got Ampu, the jackal. Look at everybody. Senetia Moon says Ampu equals jackal. This is, man. Animal regurgitates its dead food. I think who said that, Kim? That was on the brother on Sunday. No, Jabari, or one of the brothers just a couple days ago said this thing here. That's where I heard this. The jackal. Okay, good. Anubis and the Mexican dog. We got Mexican dogs in here. Anubis, the Mexican dog. Woo! Represents something like finding their dead bodies. Okay, you guys, man, I swear, this is good. Everybody got the... I'm going to stop clicking. It's unanimous. It's unanimous, everybody. Everybody. It is unanimous. It is unanimous. Woo! The jackal. All right. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass, where even the crowd gets to participate in answering the questions. I put some on the screen, and everybody puts the jackal. I'm going to get some water on that. I'm going to get some jackal water. Hold on. Let me get... oh, man. The jackal, everybody. This is going to be a fun one. This is great. Woo. Thank you, everybody, for participating. Class is over. You guys can go home now. I have nothing to teach. You guys answered the question. The jackal, it is over. Boom. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass, everybody. I'm going to start clicking on jackals. Anubis, it's still going. I wish I knew, but my past lives could learn from experience. Anubis, everybody's just tagging in. What is Comedic Liturgy in here? Ampu the Great. We got Ampu the Great. Woo! This must be one of the most. Yeah. Who said it? A brother named Mfundishi said it. All right, everybody. The Jackal, man. The Jackal. Let me go ahead and check my Gmail and see how the support is going here, because this is going to be good. We got LinkedIn here. We got LinkedIn. LinkedIn is LinkedIn. I always thought it was LinkedIn. It's LinkedIn. Okay, LinkedIn. Let me erase that. LinkedIn. Look how fast everybody is. Look at this. Look at this dedicated. Let me give a shout out. We're going to answer 2 in 1. So we got that question there about Anpu, right? And the moon, and the Stephen brothers saying Anpu's the moon and Herb Anubis. I'm going to go ahead. We got as that question. Let me show you how good everybody is here at the Tehuti Podclass. As that was going on, I did ask for somebody to send in a question on that, and look what happened here. Let me go ahead and stop the share here. Let me go ahead and go to my Gmail, because I got who is this? Oh, Heka Kepara. Heka Kepara is sharp with it. This man's sharp with it, and I love it. Thank you for the support. Heka Kepara. I'm gonna go ahead and just put in your so many names here. Everybody has all these names. Okay, Heka Kepara. I'm gonna go ahead and put you in here. See this? If it shows up, or it didn't show up, no problem. I'm gonna make another screen for you. That was good. I like having fun with everybody, because you know what's about to come, right? You all know how we do things here, but I want to give a shout out to the brother who asked the question as the class was going on. Let me go ahead and I don't see it here anymore. Hold on, let me get it one more time. I'm going to get it live for everybody. Shout out to the brother. Where is he? I'm doing this all live, so bear with me, family. Bear with me. We're doing it live here. This is going to be a fun one. We're going to talk about hypnosis today. We're going to talk about hypnosis. I love doing live examples of hypnosis, and we just did some right now. Let me go ahead and put this in. Come on. Is that it? Okay, let me see. Did it show up? Yep. Perfect. I love it. I figured out how to do this. It's warm over here, man. It's warm. I love it, though. I love the heat. They call me Snake Man. Let me go ahead and put this in the room. Shout out to Heka Kepara in the middle of my breakdown. Goes ahead and sends a donation. This is what I wanted to see. A donation on, boom. Who is the Jackal? What is the Jackal? What is this? Who is that, right? That's what you're asking. Who is the Jackal? Basically, what is that? What is going on the screen? We're going to break it down. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Thank you, my brother, for sending that in, because you know, I think I've stopped sharing. You know we are going to break it down. And, of course, you get a shout out. Woo! Thank you, my brother. Appreciate that. Heka Kepara, who's in the room somewhere. Thank you, my brother. You are awesome. We're going to break this down. We asked the question, who is that symbol there? And everybody put the Jackal. You guys are studied. Infundishi says the Jackal. Jabari says the Jackal. Everybody, my people in the room say the Jackal. This is awesome. This is wonderful. Let's get it in. Let's break it down, because you know me, everybody. You know me, everybody. You know what I'm here for. What am I here for? I'm here to, let me move this out the screen. Boom, boom, boom. What's over here? What's blocking? Oh, this mic. I'm here to break the matrix. Break the matrix. So we spoke about the snowball effect. Like we have somebody says something that may be not correct, and then everybody quotes it. And that becomes a form of hypnosis. It becomes a form of mass hypnosis. It means that somebody says something, people hear it, and then they accept it, and then they end up regurgitating it, saying it, and then everybody says the same thing. And that's why I asked in the room, and I put on the screen, And I'm gonna do it again. Oh, somebody said something different. Somebody said, "Woo, the Zulu." That word there. That word there. Somebody put that in the room. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, let's break it down. Let's break it down. So everybody in the room said the jackal. We like parrots, right? You manifesto, right? Right? So everybody says the jackal. One of the reasons why you may not see me on certain channels or that I am not too popular is because I'm a party wrecker. I'm a party wrecker. I come in and I kind of wreck the party because when everybody's dancing to the same song, I come in and say, "No, Milli Vanilli actually weren't singing that." Oh man, get out of here, Tehuti. So I come in and I kind of wreck the party. So let me wreck the party while educating, while breaking you out of the matrix. And let's talk about this because the brother XA asked about Anubis. Hold on 1 second, please. Hold on. I got to do something real quick. Okay, I am back. Here we go. Let's break it down. Let me put it back up on the screen again. Everybody, boom. Screen share, screen share. And let me get that back on the screen. That is a beautiful picture. Here we go. Put it back up on the screen. Who is this and what animal is this? And every single person says the jackal. All right, wonderful. All right, everybody. So let's walk you through. Let's break it down because I want everybody who is my students to break out of the matrix and break out of what is common. Because what I break down is not common. Let's break it down. Let's walk through it, everybody. Let's walk through it. Okay, boom. Woo. Let's go, everybody. We're about to get into this. Yes. Okay, let me shrink this down a little bit. Boom. Move this out of the way. It's always in the way here. Now I can't even move it. And here we go. Okay, good, good, good. So here we are. There's what looks like the same animal. Everybody can see that. Press 1. This is Anpu. So people who said that represents Ampu, you were right. That is absolutely right. This is Ampu. Okay, so this is Ampu from plate 34. You know how we do it here. We're going to give you the plates. We're going to give you where to research it. This is Ampu on plate 34 of the Per M Haru, the oldest book of spirituality on earth. Here we see him as a preparer who bounds up, gathers the body of Asar Ani, symbolizing holding a form together as patas occur, or what Europeans mislabeled as mummification, that they turned into cannibalism. And you can send in a question on that for more clarification. How did they turn this process right here? How did the Europeans turn this process into cannibalism? And we say cannibalism almost every day and we don't even know it, but I'm here to break the spell. Most people that talk about Kemet and talk about this right here actually are talking about cannibalism and they don't even know they are, but we're going to get into that later if it's asked. So here we go. That they turned into cannibalism. You can send a question on that for more clarification. Here we see Ampu with the same headdress as the black dog earlier. The whole conscious community is calling a jackal. And I asked that question to show you that the whole conscious community is calling that the jackal. Boom, as we demonstrated in the room. Let me shrink this down a little bit for everyone. Okay. All right, so I'm going to shrink this down. Actually, we're going to look here in the Per M Haru. Over here where you see the mouse moving, there is Anpu again, and right above it, I'm going to blow this up, is the image of where this is where this chapter is coming from, where this image is coming from. This chapter right here, you see Anpu preparing the deceased, and you see down right below him, you see that same dog right there. Okay, let's break it down, everybody. That's on plate 34. Okay. Let me shrink this down, everybody. Shrink it down. Okay, so here we are on page 230 of the Per M Haru. I'm going to blow this up a little bit. And here is the reference to Ampu. Thus saith Anpu, dwelling in a place of the funeral, chief of the divine house. So Ampu was, yes, the first known mortician in Kemet, the first preparer of the body. He placed two hands upon the Lord of life, supplieth him with what belongs to him. Hail to thee, fair one, O Lord, O Neb, seen by the Watchet, bound up by Ptah Sakur, that I just mentioned, Ptah Sakur, gathered up by Anpu. So Anpu is the one who prepares and gathers up the body, and it takes the form of Ptah Sakur. Okay, so this is a Per M Haru, and we see that that thine eyes, we see the word Ma'at is eyes, thine eyes, right in truth, the word Unemet, we'll get into that later, but we may get into that later, but in the Sektet boat, thy eye left is in the Atet boat. Thine eyebrows are thy eyebrows in thy sight, fair before the cycle of the netter. And it continues on. Thy brows, the protection. That Sa right there. See that word for protection? That is called the Sa right there. That is actually what you see around the dog's neck. See that right there? As we blow it up and look closely, we see the Sa. The Sa that people are calling the collar. It is actually the protection. That's called the Sa, and it is around the dog's neck. So we know that the dog there represents Anpu, and everybody was right on that. That dog does represent Anpu. All right, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move forward. So I'll blow this up a little bit. Okay, Anpu is consistently just referred to as the jackal. When asked why, all types of logical fallacies are created because quote-unquote teachers would rather have an imaginative mind than deal with the facts. Let's look at a Kemetic jackal. Let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to look at a Kemetic jackal. These animals have been in Kemet for thousands of years. This particular thing called a jackal today, and it's still there now. The wild dog and the jackal, both the dingo and the jackal still reside there. Let's take a look at it. Here is the jackal. Boom. There it is. There is a jackal, ladies and gentlemen. That is the jackal in Kemet. That is the African jackal. That is a jackal. See that brown German Shepherd looking animal there with the fuzzy tail and the big fat type of body with a thick neck and the short ears and the, you see this? That is the jackal. Now, remember the original image I showed you of Anpu, the dog? Tell me, does this jackal look like this? This is what everybody's calling Anpu. This is a jackal. This is what everybody's calling a jackal. This is a jackal. We know that the Kemetians were extremely precise with mathematics, their drawings, the precisement of the degrees of the pyramid akus, their temple walls. Everything was precise. When they drew things as they looked precisely, unless they were drawing symbolism. But even the symbolism has to look like the thing. For example, if they were to draw Jeb, a duck, they would draw an image of a duck. A habu bird looks like a habu bird. This is a jackal. This is what everybody about 5 minutes ago called the jackal. All right. Let's slowly break the matrix. Let's break out. So we have millions and millions of Kemetic people and people teaching knowledge saying Ampu is a jackal. That's this. That's a jackal. So if you were to see this walking down the street, you would say, hey, sir, take your jackal inside. Actually, you wouldn't. But in our mind through hypnosis, we actually programmed our brain to look at this animal and say, that is a jackal. even though you've never in your life seen a jackal or anything referred to as a jackal that looks anything like this. But yet, we've all been programmed to say the same answer. A beautiful form of hypnosis. So, You have never seen a jackal in your life or in any nature video look like this, but for years you've said, this is an Egyptian jackal, Anubis. We are breaking the matrix. The Anubis dog, the Ampu dog, the jackal. Boom. Okay. There we are. There's the screen for everybody to see. We see the Ampu dog on plate 34. We see this furry looking brown and multicolored short-eared animal with short legs. And we see this dog, but we've always said that this is a jackal. Here at the Tehuti Podclass, I will break you out of hypnosis. That means when anybody says anything, ladies and gentlemen, you are to ask them, sir, what do you mean? Sir, can you show me the reference? Ma'am, can you show me the reference? Sir, can you show me the indigenous reference to it? Can you show me what the ancients said about this? If you don't, what will happen to you is you will start to repeat things over and over again until you become hypnotized. And then once your neurons become hypnotized, then your neurons will go into what's called cognitive dissonance. That means it will see something such as this cell phone, and if you say over and over again, this is a banana, this is a bottle. Eventually, when you pass that on to your children, eventually they will say the same things, such as, ever since the days of Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, ever since the days of Wallace E. Budge, everybody's seen this animal, and they said, this is a jackal. Ignoring that all the nature videos you saw, ignoring that this is a jackal. But anyways, let's continue. This is beautiful. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to break it down step by step by step by step. Okay, let's move this out of the way. This, boom, over here. All right, so here we are again. And what do we see here? We see Ampu now on his knees by the scale, and he's actually doing the weighing of the scale. Okay, so what's happening here? Let's go ahead. And so Ampu was the preparer that helped the transition of the pure energetic double called the Ba and the Ku make its lightning speed transition as a light body through the different realms. But first, your heart consciousness must be as light as that which can symbolically allow you to fly as a bird's feather. Okay? So, Ampu is weighing your heart, which I broke down in many classes, called the Ib. The word heart in Kemet is the same word for purity. Purity, because your heart is supposed to be pure. What is your heart? That is where you hold information. That is where your emotional center is. That is where you remember things. This is why we say we memorize things by heart. You know it by heart. I love you with my heart. We even call other people our heart. This was the center that was associated with memory, but not just the memory of the mind, not just the amygdala, not just the hippocampus, not just the mind memory, but a memory that deals with your conscience. The conscious that deals with the conscience. Because the mind, the brain is just dealing with logic, information. But when you associate knowledge with the heart, you're associating with guilt, with feeling good about something or bad about something, having a conscience about something. You say, I don't feel good about this in my heart. I want to do this, but I don't feel good about this in my heart. So a heart deals with a conscience, with your ability to decipher right from wrong, that type of knowledge, that type of memory. That conscience has to be light, and we're going to explain light and why light and light is the same word. The light of a light bulb and the light as in something that weighs less is the exact same spelling, the exact same word. And that is why you have a feather over here, because it represents being light. Light enough for your ba to leave the body, having a bioenergetic double, or the setut, the echoed body, or the out-of-body astral projection leave, symbolic of flight. So thus, of course, your heart is being compared to a feather, because that is how birds fly. All right, let us continue on. Now, we're getting into light. Have you ever noticed that light and light is the same word? Let's take a look at it in the etymological dictionary. Light, to shed light, to set fire. We all know what this light is. To illuminate. Let me move this from my eyes. To illuminate, fill with brightness. That is light. Okay? Furnish light, emit light. We know this light. Okay? But then we have inside the definition also in a spiritual sense. To fill with brightness in a spiritual sense. Okay? So we have that light. That's a different type of light than the light that comes from the light bulb. Okay, now here's this light. Not heavy. So where did the Europeans, where did the English people get the concept that spiritual light ties into not being heavy? Is it from here? Your spiritual light, your consciousness, so that you can fly away, is tied into not being heavy because they literally have an image of a scale. So that the spiritual concepts came from the Nile Valley, got taught to, of course, multiple people around the planet, and then they developed their own consciousness from it, and that's why we have the word light in English, meaning a light that comes from a light bulb, but it also means a spiritual light, but it also means not heavy. Why would the word light mean not heavy if it deals with something coming out from the sun, from a light bulb? Not heavy. See that? Not heavy, because it deals with the scales. That's where the concept comes from, and that is why in English, ladies and gentlemen, we have the word light, meaning something that comes from a light bulb or the sun or the inner light in you, the spiritual light as they have right over here, and it also meaning not heavy because it tied into the scales of Ma'at. Outside of the scales of Ma'at, there's no explanation as to why light and spiritual light and not being heavy would make sense. Here it is: light, brightness, radiant energy, spiritual illumination. Luic. So as we can see, light describes ether, fire, the spirit body, the Aku, when it's relieved of heavy weight, thus making it able to ascend to fly. So that's the Cometians in the Nile Valley. Let's see if I can get to it here. Would have me and my family do a morning greeting and affirmation, and inside the affirmation we say, in the morning we also say to each other, Shu Neb Ma'at. So here's the word Shu Neb Ma'at, which is the first hour of the day, or the first time you see light in the day. And look, the first hour of the day, or the first time you see light, you see the feather of Ma'at. You also see the Fibonacci sequence, and you see the Netter symbol, and then you see the rebirth symbol. See that? See this right here? That is the loaf of bread. That is the symbol that you put outside of a woman, outside of a word to make it feminine. And you have the egg right there, and there's the Ma'at. You see that right there? And that represents the rebirth or the beginning of a day, or the rebirth of your soul, which is the beginning of your new day, which is why the word day is the word Heru, and why the Book of the Dead was really called the Per Em Heru, coming forth by day, because the beginning of your new day was when you died and your spirit energy, your bioenergetic template, echoed into the bioenergetic spiritual double, which created the Ba, which sent your Ba and your Ku out of your body, which is the beginning of your new day, where you came forth as a Heru. So thus morning time in Kemet was a spiritual word, Shu Neb Ma'at. Shu also means light wind, as in the breath of life. That's actually what the word spirit means. When you look it up in the dictionary, it means breath. There's your Shu. See that? Shu Neb Ma'at. See? Air, wind. Air, wind is the Shu. You see that? Here's the Shu. Now, Shu means to rise up. That's the symbol of the Ka right there. The Ka is the spirit that can rise up out of the body, but when it fully leaves the body, it's associated with what's called a Ba, which is a bird. But the symbol of the Ka is the hands up, right? Symbolic of the Shu, the wind, the breath of life, as they say. Your breath of life leaving the body, because in the Per Am Haru, it describes so you can still breathe outside of the physical body. Symbolically, of course, because we don't have oxygen out there in that world. So those who lift up, the Shu, you see that? The Shu. That is why you have the feather, because the feather is what the birds need to control the wind in order to fly. But if you take an animal without the feathers, it's not going to be able to fly like a bird, because of the way the feathers can manipulate wind in order to glide and move about. So thus a feather and wind are heavily associated, and that's why the word for feather, Shu, is a feather, and it also means wind. Okay, so we go to the scribe Perihari, page 17 in the Miriam Lithium Volume 2 book. And right over here, this talks about the afterlife. You come in, you go out. Your heart in joy, praise to the Lord of the gods. The Lord of the gods are the Neb Netter. Good burial after revered age. So this is after your burial, after the age has come. You take your place in the Lord of life. The Nebuchadnezzar, you come to the earth, to the tomb of the world. There, you come back. You can actually come back and visit your tomb, and this is where ancestral worship was created. This is where ancestral worship was documented. That the Ba can leave his body but come back to the tomb, and this is where people got the concept of visiting people's tombs, visiting people's graves, but having something that sticks out the ground so you know where it is. And why do people put flowers? Why do a person who's a Christian or an atheist, whether you're a Christian or an atheist, they all seem to put a fruit or a flower or something on a tomb? Why would they do that for a dead body that they believe is not there anymore? Because this came from ancestral worship, placing food on your hetep or on your altar to give back to the deceased, who feeds on the Curlian energy of that food, the nutrients that you can't see, the light energy, which I broke down in many classes. At any rate, see, you thrive off bread, water, air. Assume the phoenix, the swallow, the falcon, cross the ferry boat without being hindered. You fare the water, flowing food. You come to life a second time. That's where Christians get the second death from. Your Ba shall not forsake your corpse. So the Ba is coming back to the corpse. Your Ba, the divine amongst the spirits, worthy of the Ba's converse. The Ba's converse with you when you get to that realm. You join them and receive what is given on earth. You thrive on water. You breathe air. You drink. As your heart desires, your eyes are given for you to see, your ears, so you still have senses, you're still conscious in the afterlife. And it continues. Your flesh is firm, muscles are smooth, delight in all your limbs. And here it is right here. You count your members, they're all there, they're sound. There's no fault found in what is yours. Your heart is yours in very truth. That word for truth is Ma'at. That word for heart is Eb. So the Ma'at, the feather, and the heart now are in the same sentence, because your heart is yours in very truth. That's why you see on the scale, the heart, that is yours, and then the truth, they must balance. Ma'at and your heart must balance. That's why when you die, the DMT causes a flash of light in front of you that shows you all of your deeds, so you go into the next realm with those as your last memories. We'll get into that in another class if it's asked about. But anyways, so here it is right here. And now we go over here into the advice of the unwilling pupil. And then it goes on to say, "O fellow, how conceited are you? You do not listen. When you speak, your heart is denser than a great obelisk, 100 cubits high." The commandings were very detailed. 100 cubits high, 10 cubics thick. When it's finished and ready for loading, many work gang draw on it. It hears the words of the men, but it's loaded on the bars departing to Yebu. So your heart, a dense heart, is associated with a heavy obelisk, heavy stone. So heaviness is associated with ignorance, and lightness is associated with the ability to fly, or not to hold a burden inside of you. Or as they say, when you get into a new relationship, that woman or that man came with baggage, heavy baggage. We're still using the same terminology. That's why the laws of Ma'at, Amenemopi says, do not befriend a heated man. That means a person who always is angry, looking to argue. Do not befriend that person, nor approach him for converse. Keep your tongue from answering your superior. Take care not to insult him. Let him not cast his speech to catch you, nor give free rein to your answer. That means don't just speak and answer when you're asked a question. Don't just let your emotions start to speak, because your superior, the wise man, is setting questions for you to trap you. You see what it says there? Keep your tongue from answering your superior. Take care not to insult him. Let him not cast his speech to catch you, because the superior, just like a master debater or a superior wise man, is asking questions, but the question that the superior is asking is to lead you into a trap, because your ego or your energy, your excitedness, and your lack of being, your ability of being thick and dense is stopping you from hearing the answers. So you're just vomiting words, saying things, as opposed to being calm, releasing the energy, relaxing, and then you'll be able to hear, and then you'll feel light as opposed to feeling burdened. And that's why when you're stressed out, when you're in an argument, you feel tight and heavy. When you're relaxed and meditating, you feel very light. See? Swift is the speech of one who is angered more than wind over water. He tears down, he builds up with his tongue when he makes hurtful speech. Then it goes on. He gives an answer worthy of a beating, for its weight is harm. He hauls freight like all the world, but his load is falsehood. He is the ferryman snarling words. He goes and comes with quarrels. So you see, the angry man, or the person who has baggage, is considered to having weight on him. He's not light. In other words, he's not enlightened. He's not light. He's not ready to fly away. He's not compared to a feather. He's compared to a dense brick, a big stone, a megalith. An obelisk is a megalith, a heavy stone. Some of them weigh several tons, as opposed to a light feather, which can cause a bird to fly. Only when the feathers are united, though. That means if you take a bird and just put one feather on it, it can't fly. You take several feathers that are in harmony, and it causes the body to fly. One day people will understand that. But okay, so now we see that the person who holds Isfet is like a ship hauling weight of the world. Remember what shoe with the feather means? So it compares the person who is heavy with burden and negativity as a ship hauling weight, as opposed to the feather, which is the word shoe that's on the scales of Ma'at. Let's look closely at what the word shu means, how detailed the Kemetians are. Look at this. Shu, which is to rise up, symbolic of your spirit or your energy rising up, having an out of body, coming out of body. Your shu, you're rising up. Those who lift up. And look at the bottom here. Okay, heavy sky, of course, heaven sky. And look at this. Shu, to unload a ship, ladies and gentlemen. Do you see that? Get a good look, please. Get a good look at how shu, the feather that's on the other side of the heart that has to balance, shu is when you unload the ship, because the laws of Ma'at say that when you carry negativity, you're dense like an obelisk and you're carrying a heavy load, like bricks on a ship, a heavy load, and you're thick, you can't hear anything, you're dense. Creating the word dunce, like you can't hear anything, you're stupid, you can't hear nothing, you're dense. You're creating that. Like the dunce cap, why it was formed into a pyramid shape, supposedly to make you more intelligent, because the word for pyramid is aku. And guess what the word aku means? Aku means light. The word pyramid means light. You put the light on the head, and it's supposed to make you more intelligent. That's the dunce cap. I have that broken down in my book, Stepping Out of the Matrix. Let's keep going, though. So we see that shu, the feather, means to unload a ship. You see how the Kemetians, their words in the Nile Valley were directly associated with their way of life. They imbued everything they did with their spirituality and their belief. So you see the feather resurrection to begin the day. The egg is birth. That's the word shu neb ma'at. You see the egg is birth because that is your rebirth. Why the egg is white and why the so-called mummy is white. Really called sahu. Mummy is from cannibalism. It's called this sahu. Okay, boom. So you see that? We're going to shrink that down. Oh, there's more. Oh, there's more. Oh, I thought I stopped there. I didn't stop there. Hold on. I didn't stop. I kept going. I got possessed. Here we go. I kept going. I thought it was over. Here it is. Okay, now we're going to go to, because remember, we're talking about Anubis, Anpu. So why is the canine that dog that you see? And really, almost every dog, but that dog specifically, and the jackal, and there's several dogs in Kemet. They have certain things in common. People say, I heard them say, you see the jackal, what the jackal does, the jackal buries its food and comes for it later. Everybody heard that, right? And everybody's like, everybody's in class, everybody's like, that's right. That's a logical fallacy. They'll say, well, the jackal, it buries its dog, its food, and it comes back for it later. That's what the jackal does. And it was like, yeah. As if everybody doesn't remember all the dogs we had and all the cartoons and shows we had and all the times we've seen all of our dogs bury a bone and come back for it later. That is a common thing that all dogs do, not the jackal. Not the jackal. Dogs do that. You give a dog a bone, what is it known for? It buries the bone and it comes back for it later. That dog is reacting what it used to do when it used to catch animals and bury their bones in flesh and come back for it later. Your German Shepherd will do that. Your Husky will do that. Your Labrador Retriever will do that. You give it a bone, they dig up dirt, they put the bone in, they bury it up, and they walk around, they come back the next day, dig it back up. Most of all your dogs do that. Somebody gave you the impression that only jackals do that. Meanwhile, here, look how the logical fallacy creates hypnosis. Most of us have never seen a jackal in our life, ever seen a wild jackal in front of you. Every single person in the pod class has seen a dog of some form. Almost everybody in the pod class has seen on TV or had a dog bury a bone and come back for it. Nobody has ever seen a jackal do that in the pod class, a live jackal in front of them. No jackal has ever looked like that black dog. But yet, when asked about why is Anubis the jackal, because you see the jackal buries the bones and that black dog is a jackal. You see our mind is messed up. I showed you a jackal. It doesn't look anything like that black dog. And we've all seen dogs bury bones and bury food. That's what they're eating, the bones. And we ignore that and we convince our mind that, yeah, that's right, only the jackal does that. No, dogs do that. Period. Many dogs do that. And there were several different species of dogs in Kemet. Let's go to what the dog actually represented. So why the canine? How does the dog pertain to light? Because remember, I just broke down light to you, light and shu, and light and the speed of light and the travel of light, and how the soul is called the ku, the light, and also the ba, because it's light, it can fly, shown as a bird because it's flying, it's light. So here I will show you the other title of the same dog image called Eporet, the beginning. I remember somebody in the pod class asked a question about, he said, my dog is asking about Weporet. So here's Weporet, called Weporet. What is Weporet? Uporet is the beginning, the leader of travels. Okay, so where is Uporet? Another form of an Inpu. And what does Uporet look like? Here is the limestone stela of Abydos carved in sunken reliefs, depiction of the king. Now look at the king's name, has Weporet in it. Weporet Imsaf, in the presence of the jackal-headed god Weporet, who holds the Wa scepter. So in your Egyptology books, that's where you got it from. That's where the modern day Kemet people get it from the Egyptology books that kept calling this a jackal. That's Weporet right there. They keep saying jackal, jackal, jackal. Okay, as if there was only one dog in Kemet. But here it is. Let's go. Let's take a look. So again, we see the museums, Egyptologists, continue to say this is a jackal. I ask again, does this look like this? Look at this dog, ladies and gentlemen. This looks like where your German Shepherd came from. This looks like a wolf. It is a wolf, actually. It's called the golden wolf. I'm going to blow this up. And again, does this look like this to you now? Do they look the same anymore? Can you ever deceive yourself again and say that this looks like a jackal? Look at the ribbed. Look how skinny they always make this dog. This dog is always super slim with ribs. If you look close at this image, it's called a recumbent dog, the recumbent dog. And a recumbent means laying down. It is slim and it doesn't even look like it has fur, and it looks like it has ribs. This looks nothing like this. But yeah, they're calling this jackal. Okay. Let's continue to see. No, it doesn't. The Anpu canine represents a traveler on a path of which he is there at the beginning of the scales and leads you through. Okay. So, who is there on plate 3 of the Per Em Haru at the very beginning? of the deceased travels? Because remember, they say the word Wepuret means the beginning of the travels, the opener of the way, the opener of the path, the travels. Who is right here in the beginning of the afterlife story? It's the first thing that Annie sees when he comes in. He sees the scale, and who is there at the beginning? Anpu. What is Anpu doing? Holding his hand. Now the next scene, holding his hand, beginning his travels along the way. Wepuret. The Uap, Apu or Upesh, the opener, the beginning of something. Uat, the pathway, because the deceased is making the pathway. Who is there to lead the way in the path? Anpu, the energy of Anpu, because Anpu was the mortician and the preparer of the deceased in ancient Kemet. We're going to see how this ties into the dog. So where does the persistent concept of a jackal come from? Where does this concept of a jackal come from? We're about to break it down on the Tehuti Podclass. Hope you all are taking your notes. We see that Uwepuret, or Uap, is the beginning of something. The Upu, the Epish, the Up, which is the horns of the bull, which is the opener, because the horns open up the stomach of an animal that it attacks, and the horns ward off. The male bull wards off all from its path to protect its women. So it is the opener, the beginning of the way with the horns. And the Uat means a pathway, because Anpu is the wearer of the scales. He's there at the beginning. If you don't get past the Anpu, you can't even go down the pathway. So he is the Apu. He is the beginning of the pathway, and then he holds your hand, walks you through the pathway. Of course, all of this is symbolic of what the real Ampu, who was the real one, did, and of course the Kemetians made symbolic story of it, of this, the story of the afterlife. Okay, so how does this all tie in? I know this is a long one, ladies and gentlemen, but I have to break this down, man. We have to break this down step by step. We can't just say Anpu is the moon, Anubis, and that's why the stock market is going low, Anubis. We have to stop this, stop all of that, and walk you through step by step from the Kemetic sources. So why is Anpu the netter that is now symbolizes the travel and the transfer of the pure energetic double? So this is why Anpu the netter is symbolized the travel of the transfer of the pure energetic body, the double, the Ba, always and only called the jackal. Why? Why is Ampu called that? Why is he only called the jackal? I will reveal where the confusion derived. Let's get into the source of where the confusion actually derived from. So remember, we have here, well, this is the poetic stela of Tehuti III, right? From the complex of Amun-Ra, or Uset, what they call thieves today. So what does it say here? The poetic stela, what I did is I went and got all of you to show you step by step the transliteration. I like showing everybody from the roots so you can go look up the words yourself, okay? So what does it say here? It says, Di-ima sen chem ek mi seb sem. What is that? And let them see your majesty as the upper Egyptian jackal. Okay, so Thutmose is being called the jackal. Thutmose. He's not Ampu. He's being called a jackal. The word right here that my mouse is going over is Seb. Remember that, because we're going to get to that in a moment. Seb. Why is he being called the jackal? The Kemetians explain. Lord of speed, runner, rover over the two lands. I came to let you crush the Nubian nomads. Of course, they put the word Nubian in there for racism, but we'll focus on the part that this represents the jackal. Remember, I just explained how Anpu is associated with Shu, the feather, the light body that has to leave the physical body, the Ka, the Ku, and the Ba eventually that leaves the physical body, but it has to be as light as a feather. That is why the term light represented spirituality in the English concept, but then also represented the lack of weight, being light as a feather, the ability to fly. That's why you see that birds' bones are actually hollow. We'll get into that later. Birds are actually hollow. It makes them lighter so that they can fly. It's discussing the speed of light, the Aku. That's why the base of the Aku is the same number as the speed of light. I broke that down in other classes. You want to ask about it? You can, but the Aku represents the speed of light. That's how fast the process takes place, because that is the only body you have in the afterlife is a light body. So thus, the Pharaoh, when it comes to how fast he was conquering, he was associated with the fast jackal. These animals were extremely fast. They moved and they were nomads. They were going from place to place. These dogs were extremely fast. Not just the jackal, though, but these dogs were fast. So it says jackal here, but the word here they translate from jackal is seb. We're going to find out if the word seb really translates to as jackal. Because they translated the word seb to jackal, and ever since then, Anpu, who's called the seb, was always called the jackal. But does the word seb really mean jackal or just jackal? Let's check it out. So we know that jackal is associated with speed, runner, rover, something that's moving very fast down a pathway that has a path. We'll get into that. Anyway, you all know how pathways associate with dogs and hunting and their nose and following a rabbit and following their prey down a pathway. So he is the speed of the runner called the Seb. Boom. That is in the Cairo Museum, 340110. Okay, let's continue on and take a look. Let's move on. Okay, boom. So here we see the canine in general is associated with swift speed, travel. So where does the jackal come in with Anpu? When we clearly see he is a lean dog, long. He doesn't look anything like a jackal. We go to British Museum. Here is the recumbent figure, the recumbent dog in the British Museum. British Museum, number EA35. Let me blow it up for you all so you can see. Here it is. EA35832, and we see the recumbent dog. There it is with the saw. Notice it's black. Notice how long the snout is. Notice how huge the ears are. And notice how long the front paws are, the front arms are. Look at it from the elbow joints in the hand. This is very significant. The Cometians drew this. And look how skinny the body is, always skinny. And the front paws are extremely long. The dog is very, very long. Look at this, y'all. Look at this, everybody. Here's the jackal. Do you see the jackal? Do you see the short snout? Do you see the little ears? Do you see the furry, thick, fat body it has? Do you see the short legs? Do you see the legs in comparison to its body? Do you see that it's brown? Do you see this animal? And do you see this animal? Do those look like the same animal? No, they don't. No, they don't. But this was called the Seb. And dogs were called Sebs for a reason. We're going to get into it. Now, let's look at the word Seb. What does the word Seb mean? Look at that. We see Seb. It says jackal. See that right there? So Seb we see in the dictionary, it says jackal. Because jackals were called Sebs. Yes. Dogs were called Sebs. But why were they called Sebs? And was it only a jackal? Why was it called a Seb? Okay, we see in the Stela of Thutmose, we see the word for jackal is Seb. But what is a Seb? What does the word actually mean? Look at this, everybody. Look at the word Seb. When we go into the word Seb and Sebi, what does it mean? To lead, to conduct, to guide, to traverse, to pass, to march in front of, guide with words. Do you see that? It has to do with the movement of an animal. The movement. So when people see the word Seb and they say Seb is jackal, but the word Seb and Sebi actually deals with movement, and that's why it has feet underneath in the Meternetter with feet and legs. It deals with the movement. Or Wepuet, Anpu, who's there at the beginning, who guides you to help your soul traverse and move down the paths. He's the one that helps you move down the pathway so that you can per Haru. So this Anpu was associated as the netter who helps you move down the pathway as a dog does, as they saw the dogs in Kemet extremely fast, which is why they used them as hunting animals. They saw their hunting nature. And all the dogs can bury their bones. All of them, all the dogs, the dingo and everything was a scavenger, not just the jackal. All the dogs were scavenger. Almost every animal that the Kemetians saw with four legs was a scavenger. If you throw a piece of meat out, a lion will scavenge, a hyena will scavenge, a dingo will scavenge, a hound will scavenge. They're all scavengers, but the dog is associated with movement, with the speed of movement. Now, let's continue on. Got to break this down step by step, then I'm going to take a little break and get on to the next one. You see, Sebi? Look at that. Now, look what else Sebi means, everybody. Look at this. Sebi, a dead man. Decay of the body. Do you see that? So to the Kemetians, the Sebi was associated with the dead man because the Sebi, the dog, the moving, traversing animal, led the dead man down the path. It dealt with the decaying body. Why? Because that's what a mortician does. That is what Ampu did. He dealt with the decaying body as a mortician, stopping it from decaying. The guide, the Sebi. Does this word sound familiar to anybody? Sebi, Saba, the guide. All right, so we'll continue on. Here is Anpu, the Seb, but he's shown as the black-headed dog. Not that dog, not that other dog, not the chubby one with all the fur with the short front legs, but he's shown as the one with the humongous ears. What is that? What is that, everybody? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. So again, ladies and gentlemen, we see here the jackal that everyone insists is the dog that represents Anpu. Doesn't look like that. All right, so let me introduce you. Well, let me introduce you to another dog from Kemet. Let's take a look at another dog that the Kemetians would see. What is this, everybody? What is this? Does this look familiar to you? Does this dog, let me blow this dog up. Today they call this the Pharaoh dog, or they even call it the Anubis dog. The original dog lived in Kemet. Then the Phoenicians took that dog to an island, and then brought it back to Kemet. But the genes of the dog go back to the original one that the Kemetians had as a hound. Everybody take a look at this dog, everybody. Look at these arms. Do you see these long arms? Do you see this dog in this position right here with the skinny abdomen, almost ribbed, skinny? Why? Because it's fast. It's built to run extremely fast. Do you see the huge ears sticking up? Do you see the long arms? Can we go back to the Anpu dog? Do you see this? Does this look like this, or does this look like this? The jackal. Would you, if you saw this dog walking on the street, this black one, would you ever call it a jackal? You would never call this a jackal, but yet you all seen the exact same dog in a statue form, and everybody said, jackal, jackal. But if you see the dog walking on the street, nobody would say, hey, sir, you have a nice jackal. You would never call this a jackal, but that is how the neurons work when you've been hypnotized. So this is not a jackal. What is this, though? Okay, so boom. Oh, here it is. Here's the brown one, because most of them were actually brown. Most of them were actually brown. We know what black symbolizes in Kemet. Look at the ears, everybody. Look at the ears of this dog. Look at the leg length of this dog. Look at the ribbed body. See how it goes skinny in there? See that right by the waist? See how it goes skinny? See the long legs? See the humongous ears? The ears are longer than its face. Do you see that? Do you see that? Do you see where the body here, the Ampu dog, gets skinny by the waist? See the long arms? Do you see the humongous ears? Now take a look at your jackal again. And let anybody tell you ever again that this is a jackal, and you will never believe them ever again. But here, the Tehuti Podclass, we're here to give you the truth and the information, the factual information. This is not a jackal. This dog exists in Kemet. It's one of the oldest dogs, the hound, that has existed in Kemet for thousands and thousands of years. All right, let's shrink this down, everybody. We're almost done. I know this was a long one, but I had to make it long. Boom, this is the Kemetic hound. Note the slender, long body, the ribs, the extremely fast hunter, keen in smell and hearing that guides and leads its owner to the pathway. Here we go. We're in the Book of the Dead, page 86. When it talks about coming out of the body, we're going to scroll all the way down. And it says here, down here, from place in which it there from the person with whom it is, quicker, look at that, quicker than greyhounds, swifter than light. See the dog associated with light and quickness, making forms of existence from the thighs of the great mother, the great rebirth mother, the thighs. So we see the Kemetians associating the dog with being quick, something quick that's moving, it's swift, but it's talking about your body coming out of your body, your astral body, or your ba coming out. But here, when you look, it calls the animal a hound. The hound that would go gather up the food, the hound that will go hunt the prey for its owner. The word tessim. The word tessi is also a word that means gatherer, or to gather something. And that is actually the word for a hound in Kemet. So, as we see, the jackal is associated with traveling and speed. In the Purim Haru, we see traveling being associated with a lake of fire. So the dog, the jackal, all those dogs were associated with the speed, but the slenderest one was the fastest one. That's the fastest one. So that's why you see the slender one is the one associated with the fast traversing of Anpu more than you see the more chubbier, hairier, short-legged one. So, this is a long one. We're about to end though. In the Purim Haru, we see the travel being associated with the lake of fire. In the underworld, the unseen realm called the real time zone, or the astral realm. But here we see the fast animal is a hound, and you evolve and transform and are reborn through the thigh. Here we see in the original book of spirituality, which wasn't a book, but which was the pyramid text, we see Unas purified himself upon appearing on the mound on which he purified himself. He placed the Hab-Ib. Instead, he set up on the ladder those who are great, those who will take the arm. They say greetings to Ray. Traverse, see the word traverse there, traverse. Voyager through the heavens, the Nut, that's the heavens. The Voyager, traversed, winding, the water course. You see that? So it's dealing with traversing. Traversing, he has voyage through the Kem Wet. Traversing, it keeps talking about traversing because you're going down a pathway that is associated with a lake of fire because it looks like fire. It's a realm of light that is swirling like vortexes, such as this. Spiritual portals that you're moving through at the speed of light, because that's the only way light can only travel at the speed of light. So if you're a light being and you're traveling, you can only travel at what you are, which is associated with the speed of light. Boom. Light vortex traversing through the lake of fire as you travel swiftly as a hound to the realm of the afterlife, the doorway. Let's see what else Saba means. See, Saba, the doorway, because that is the vortex. Okay, boom, and there is your answer. Let me get it off of this. Boom, ladies and gentlemen, there is your answer. I'm taking off of screen share. I know that was a long one, but boom, that is the Anubis, the Ampu. That is what he is associated with. Many multiple dogs. That is not a jackal. That is a hound, a fast-moving animal, which is called the swift one, that is fast as the speed of light as you move through energy vortexes, as Anpu energy takes you down the pathway. That is the black dog. It's also shown as brown, both. And it is the long-legged dog, and the jackal, and all the dogs are associated with traveling. But the fastest one is the Ampu dog, and that is Ampu. He's not Amun Hernubis, none of that nonsense. That is the answer. Boom. I hope you all appreciate it. That is how I answer questions. So now you all that are new understand why people give donations and support to the way that Tehuti answers questions, because I answer them as thorough as possible. Hope you got your answer, XA. And I hope you got your answer, Heka Kepara. Boom. There's no Amranubis. It's not the moon. Tehuti's the moon. That is not a jackal. that is a hound, lean, slender, fast. They actually use those are the dogs they use for racing. Notice they don't use German shepherds and poodles. They use hounds. Hounds are the racer dogs. Those are the fastest dogs right there. They think they're chasing a rabbit leading down the pathway. The Weporet, as he leads you down the pathway. Boom, there you go. Let's check it out before I take a break. I'm going to check out to see if anybody heard the answer, what people think of the answer. Woo! Okay, so we have, wow, we got a lot of new people in here. And let me see. I like to see the people that asked me the question to see what they thought of it. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Oh, we got CeeLo. Shout out to CeeLo. He's back. CeeLo, shout out to you. My brother, shout out to you. We got somebody saying occult knowledge. Her name is Light of Jupiter. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody that heard the answer. I'm looking for the person who actually asked the question also to see how they appreciated the answer. We have Kinetic Energy says, as Tehuti continues on, the bots are approaching, looking for seats. Don't let them get a seat. Kinetic Energy is funny. Yeah, keep them in the room. You know, they can interact. You know, as long as they don't disrespect. Okay, so we got Kinetic. We got Stranger says, Teenager Christ, brother Tehuti is well versed in the Bible. Shout out to Teenager Christ. Shout out to Stranger. Yes, I'm pretty versed in. I'm here for everybody, and I was groomed to be versed in all in order to create the links to bridge everybody. So yes, we can discuss the Bible if a Bible question is sent in. Traversing the speed of life. That's right. The speed of life. Awesome. Okay, so we got everybody. Look, everybody liked it. We got Sinetti sending up stars and hand claps. E-Manifesto says, Sunfire. Okay, we got everybody. Jody gives a thumbs up. E-Manifesto says, wow. So it looks like everybody appreciated it. Heka Kepra, who asked the question, says, great breakdown, Saba. Many thanks. Okay, good. These are the type of breakdowns I've been looking for my whole life. Oh, wonderful. All right. Rigo says, definitely not a jackal, right? So you guys, when you all hear somebody call that a jackal again, you're gonna be like, you know, definitely not a jackal. All right. So I'm gonna take a break for a moment, and we're gonna go on. We're gonna do class till about 12 o'clock at night tonight. Thank you, Master Teacher. I paused from clapping to smack a bot. And continue. Okay. I don't know what's going on. Have fun with the bots. Whatever those are. Okay, everybody. So Tehuti's answers are like new glasses with X-ray visions. Okay, yes. Greyhound from The Simpsons. Okay, everybody. Always great information. So good. You all appreciate the answers. You all liked it. Ahati says excellence. Ahati, that answer also was for you. I put some things in there for you. About that dog there, and we discussed the golden wolf. Remember? So there's the golden wolf, but also I never did break down what that black dog is. So there's the golden wolf and that dog. So part of that answer was for you, Ahati. You be the swift hound out there. All right. So Kamit says Absian hound was my original answer when all said jackal. Great breakdown, Tehuti. That is right. Now that's what they also call that. They also call that. You are right, Kamit. That is also what they call it. It has many different names because it gets into different cultures. But yes, that is actually the name of the dog. All right. The Saluki hound. Yep, many different hounds. Same dog. Track hounds. Exactly, Darius. Track hounds, the pathway. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, there we go. Peruvian hairless dog. Bing, 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 bing. You're right. It was the Kemetic hairless dog. You do have the Peruvian one, but the one that I showed you that was brown, that's actually the Kemetic hairless one, the hairless hound. That's why you can see the body structure so well, because some of them are they have little tiny bits of hair. They're considered hairless. So boom, yes, it was a hairless hound. Okay, I see everybody. And what does XA say? XA says mind-blowing answers again and again. Sinetia Moon is laughing. Okay, good. All right, everybody. Everybody, it looks like they saw the answer. They appreciate it. And then we have Vinny Black says, Tehuti, I'm still going to call it a jackal. I have several masks, and I don't think I'll change. But thank you for clarifying. That's right. All I do is I'm just the doorway, everybody. I'm just the doorway. I give you the answers, the information. You take it from there. If you still want to call that black dog a jackal, you take it from there. Everybody do what you want to do. I just provide the facts. I am just the doorway. I just open up, and boom, 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 the information comes in, and it's up to you to digest it and grow with it. I'm just here. I'm just dedicated to the facts. Okay, we have where's the brother Teenage Christ? Teenage Christ, where did he go? I wanted to see Teenage Christ. Teenage Christ said something about the Book of the Dead. Where'd he go? Teenage Christ, I want to I'll engage with you if you want to come to the front. Send a donation. You can come to the front because I'd like to talk to you, maybe clarify some things for you. I like talking to Christians, so I don't see him anymore. He said something about the Book of the Dead and oh, here he is. Don't be mad at me, be mad at God's word. Yes, Teenage Christ. I love you, brother. Come on in, we'll dialogue. Most of us all start off as Christians, right? So keep him in the room. I love it. Stay in the room and just don't be disrespectful. But just if you disagree with the information, go ahead and disagree. Converse. You can even come up to the screen. If you send a donation, you can come up and we'll dialogue. Okay, good. So Darius said, Infandishi took an L on this one. Saluku is the Egyptian greyhound. Okay, good. Shout out to everybody. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a couple minute break. I got to take a little bit of break and revitalize myself. I'm gonna invite those who are consistent to come up to the room screen. You can talk and build for a minute while I take a break. And Ahati, you too. Just Ahati, don't talk about the Jays. Leave them alone for today. You don't have to talk about them every single class. Talk about the theme of what we're talking about. Let's build on that. So you guys can come up to the screen while I take a break. I'm going to put the link in the room. This is for those who are dedicated, those who give their donations, those who I know. If I see your face on the screen coming up, and I won't let you in if I don't know you. Okay, so I got to know you. I got to see that you're consistent, and you can click that link and you can come up for a moment and speak a little bit, share your thoughts on the podcast, the information, and I will take a 3-minute or 4-minute break. Okay, so who would like to come up so I can take a break if no one comes up? Stranger, can you want to come up? Stranger says, Brother Tehuti, don't know yet, but he's the new Saba ranks. Okay, who would like to come up to the front to just build for a minute, talk for a minute, and I can take a break? If not, I'll have to put on a video. Anyone. I'm allowing you. Where is Kamit? Kamit, you want to come up to the front? You are the biggest donator. Come up to the front. Where's Black Alucard? Where's everybody? Don't be shy. Brothers, be the bull. Don't be shy. Come up to the front. It's a click of a button, and you can just come up and talk for a minute, converse. Come up to the front, and oh, you created Saba ranks? The moniker. My Jamaican brothers always say moniker. But yeah, the moniker. All right, who's coming up to the front? And Infandishi is a great teacher, though. Yes, he is. Infandishi, the little bit I saw of him, I've only seen him teach once. And yes, he's good. He's good. Okay, so I guess this is Video time. Everybody is shy. Nobody wants to come up to the front. Click the link and you can come up for a moment. E-Manifesto, anybody. Come up. I'm allowing you regulars to come up and build for a moment while I take a break. Relieve me for a moment. Where are my soldiers? Where are my dependables at? I need to relieve myself. Click the button. Okay, so let me go ahead. Okay, we got a Hati Ma'at. A Hati Ma'at is coming up to the front. He is not going to talk about any Israelites today. He's going to
just the Chinese. They're Chinese.
Yeah, no particular races are going to be talked about today. We're just going to build on the knowledge. Okay.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to step away. Hati Ma'at, go ahead, talk to the crowd, and I'll be back. Peace and love.
Sir. How's everybody doing tonight? How does my sound? Can I get a sound check, please? Sound check. Sound check. Sound check. 1 2 1 2. Sound check. 1 check. How are you? We got a 1 in the building. Yeah, it's unfortunate you can't speak about the truth, but I respect Saba so much that I don't want to disrupt anything.
Oh, 1 second, Hadi. Sorry. There's somebody in the room called King. King, who are you? Type in the room, see if I can recognize your name. Who is King? King wants to come up. King is gone. Okay, go ahead, Hadi. Take over. Go ahead.
So yeah. Let me check out the chat here. Why is my hair? Hold on a second. I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, great lesson, Saba, especially about the Apuet, and actually Ampu is actually my guide, or what some people would call a spirit guide. Ampu is my animal. He is my go-to animal for various reasons that we've talked about. One of them is he's great for travelers, people that like to go on journeys. He's a guide, as you saw during the class. So I'm very close with Ampu is one of the Natiru that I'm very close with. But I want to give a shout out to the class. So let me look at the comments here. Unki Ma'at, Peace Sister, Hotep, Vinny Black Lodge, Darius, Comedic Energy, Peace Brother, Respect, Desmond, Peace. Who else is here? Rigo, Peace Rigo. I gotta scroll up. Hold on a second. Okay. Yeah, so what Saba said, or Tehuti Amenhotep Ra said, is very important. It's very important because knowing what the original source is to information really clears up a lot of confusion and makes life a lot simpler. So without putting names out there or different YouTube channel networks, a lot of brothers, again, Tootie goes over this every class, but one of the big motivating forces for me to ask him to create his own Podclass is because, man, for me, it's very serious. Like, I'm not a serious guy. You know, when I get on here, I start laughing, joking, and all that. But there's some things I'm very serious about. And one of them was I wanted proper knowledge. I wanted to know the source of things. And really, I wanted to know the source of me. That's really key. And I believe that's key for a lot of us out there in the conscious community, is that We want to know exactly what is our identity, especially for Black people. We're people without identity. So what is our identity? What is our collective identity? And I was in a room today, and I saw a comment by a brother named Anthony Drain. I don't know if you're out there, Anthony, but I know you do frequent this class, and I know you were here earlier. Anthony Drain, I'm going to shout you out on this, said something very, very, very important. He said, Black nationalism through Ma'at. Black nationalism through Ma'at. And I would only twist that and say, through Ma'at, Blacks can nationalize, because Ma'at was the spiritual ideology or the ideology of the nation called Kemet. And a lot of people get this confused, because if you go to the average brother or sister, you ask who studies Kemet, and you ask them, who do you follow? They'll say Kemet. But we got to remember, Kemet is just a landmass. It's no different than America. That's why a lot of us are confused by calling ourselves African Americans or Chinese Americans or whatever, because these are just land masses. It's not something that you actually follow day to day. And not to take away from these other groups, because we can learn a lot from them, like the Panthers, what's some other ones, the Weather Underground, and on and on and on. The one element that's missing is the spiritual foundation. And when I first met Tehuti, this is what I was lacking severely. I didn't understand that. I didn't understand that you couldn't imitate without some sort of deeper connection to who you were. But if you don't know who you are, you can never make that connection. And there lies the problem. I don't care. Like the brother was on earlier. What's his name? The Teenager Christ, I believe his name is. I don't care. I don't care if you believe in Jesus. I don't care if you believe in Allah. I don't care. All I care about is that where did Blacks originally get their information from? Was it from Allah? Was it from Jesus? Who were the Blacks that were using their own thought process outside of this matrix that we're in today? And the only ones that I've been able to find through my research, and I know the only one that Tehuti's been able to find through his research, is the people of Kemet, or the Retem Ray, which means the people of the sun. Those are the only ones. And to me, I don't care if they were green, I don't care if they were yellow, I don't care if they were purple. I just want to know who were our people prior to being colonized, and what type of mindset did they have. And it's only through that mindset that we can ever come together again collectively. And this is one of my actual goals. It's a it's a driving one. It's when Saba says that part of this class, part of that lesson was for me, I truly understand what he's talking about, because that's one of the driving forces in me. It's something that I hope for, I guess you could say, where one day our children can wake up and not have to worry about paying bills. Our children can wake up and not have to worry about getting shot just going down the street. Our children can wake up and wake up unstressed, and wake up with smiles on their faces. This is one of my driving goals that motivates me to not only live, but to go out and help others and connect with other people as well. And I couldn't do this if I didn't know the source of who I am. And this is one of the key things for us, is to know who you are. Another key, and Tehuti taught on this a while back, is about the color you are. I don't care what color you are. There's albinos that have flatter noses and thicker lips than me. There's people that are like Brian Gumble and Larry Elders, who are darker than me. So I'm looking at the mindset. I'm looking at your mindset. And I always emphasize that. I want to know the mindset, and I want to see where are you sourcing your information from. And I can't get that in these other communities that I see online. Without putting their name out there, I could only get it from one man, and it's the man that's just come back onto the screen next to you.
Hey.
So to me, I just want to end with this. To me, there's really no amount. I don't look. That's another thing. He taught me that the amount in everything, the financial, is not your driving force anymore. The driving force is hecka, what's called magic. So to me, there's no amount that I could repay this man or give to this man that could compensate for what he's done for me and my own life. And that's what in the first time of my life, that's what created the loyalty for me to him. And with that, I'll just leave you with that.
All right, my good brother. Thank you so much, Ahati. I like your background. Background is advanced. There. That looks advanced. Thank you, Ahati, for those great words.
I guess that's another question.
What's that?
I said, I guess that's another question. Did Atlantis exist?
So somebody's going to send in that question?
Possibly.
It's in the chat. You're reading the chat. Okay, hopefully somebody can send in that question. But okay.
Oh, Darius says it did not exist.
Okay, I will check my Gmails and see who sent in questions and answer all of them. That would be a good topic. Somebody can send that in. I appreciate it. But Ahati, I appreciate you, my brother. Thank you for the loyalty, the dedication, the positive words. You are definitely a soldier, a protector, a teacher, and all of that out there. And brothers should use you as an example. You're the only one in my living vicinity that I can call an actual man in my actual physical eyes. So shout out to you, Ahati. Much respect. And let's continue with the pod class.
All right, my brother.
Okay. Peace. Okay, everybody, what is the next one in? Did Raphael Gary ever show up? He's not in. Let's get into it. The numbers dropped down to 90. I just took a break, everybody. I guess everybody takes a break when I take a break, but let's get it back up to 117 before I took a break. So let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are about to get into the next question that was sent in. The next donation that was sent in, and the next one is Nito Campbell. Nito Campbell. Okay. Nito Campbell. He sent in something with a little funny thing. I guess it's maybe it could be to AD or something. We just always have to joke about the retrograde. Let me see something if it goes in. Okay, hold on. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Let me go ahead and put him in the screen here. Let me get rid of some of these here. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Where is the screen? He did a little. He sent a donation and sent a little funny thing with it. A little inside joke. Oh, where'd it go? That's not Nito Campbell. There it is. Boom. If you can see that on the screen, shout out to Nito Campbell, my good brother. Nito Campbell, who sends in $27, and he says Saturn is in retrograde as a little joke because he must be on the Killer Priest podcast because they're always talking about something's in retrograde, and that's why our life is messing up, and we always make little inside jokes about it, and your car messes up, the moon is in retrograde, Mercury is in retrograde. It's what the astrology people believe, but Saturn is in retrograde. Shout out to Nito Campbell. You have a good sense of humor. That is a little inside joke that we have because of because of the Killer Priest Podcraft, and I always crack the joke. Something's in retrograde. The astrologers are serious about it, but I say it to my inner family and certain people as a joke. But shout out to Nino Campbell for that, my good brother. You are awesome. Let me go ahead. 1 second here. Shout out to you, Nino Campbell. You get a round of applause, hand clap. Appreciate you, my brother. Always supporting. Always supporting. Nino Campbell, appreciate it. And Saturn is in retrograde. Yeah. That's hilarious. I like that though. It's funny. Okay. Thank you for the support. We're gonna keep on going. We're gonna keep on going. Shout out to you. And 1 second here, let me appreciate you, Nino Campbell. 1 second here.
Hey, what's up? All you people.
1 second.
Please subscribe and follow me on all social media.
1 second, something's taking over. Hold on. Start off with a good beat.
Thank you.
1 second, everybody. Okay, nice little beat there. Shout out to Nino Campbell. Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. Subscribe. Appreciate that. Let's get on to the next question. Let's see what's going on here. I'm gonna close out a couple of these screens. Close out these screens. Close out these screens. A lot of screens today. A lot of screens. I gotta close them out. 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 Boom. Close this out. And let me get to the. Where are the? Okay. Boom. All right. Let me check the donations. Let me check the questions. Okay. All right, everybody. Not a lot today. Not a lot going on today. Not a lot of Oh, I see somebody. All right. Not. Where's Raphael Gary? Oh, we got one. We got one. Is Melvin in the house? We got one from Melvin. Is Melvin in the house? Let me see if Melvin is in here. I just got a PayPal in from Melvin. Let me go ahead and put that up on the screen also. Let's see if we can get that on the screen here. Oh, good. It's showing up. Shout out to Melvin. I'm going to put Melvin on the screen. Is Melvin in the room? Is Melvin in the room? Yes, Sinetia Moon says, please like the video. Please thumbs up the video. Okay, Melvin, are you in the room? So let me give a shout out to Melvin. And let me go ahead and do a share. Chrome tab. There it is. Shout out to you, brother Melvin, in the room. I hope you're in the room. Are you in the room, Melvin? Shout out to you if you are in the room. And of course, you're going to get a hand clap because you are awesome. Thank you for your support, brother Melvin. Are you in the room, brother Melvin? Melvin Owens. Melvin Owens. I think I'm reading that right. Melvin Owens. Shout out to you, my brother. Appreciate the support. You are awesome. Thank you, my brother. Melvin Owens. Let me go ahead and take that off the room. Melvin. Is that Melvin Black Belt Biscuit? Or is Black Belt Biscuit calling Melvin? Black Belt Biscuit. All right. Shout out to Melvin with the question there. The question, which is, Can you go into detail as why you don't think astrology is a real science? Okay, shout out to Melvin. I want to see if I like it when they're in the room. I know it gets late and some people fall asleep, but I really love it when you're in the room. But okay. One moment, everybody. My screen is locking up a second. Hold on. Let me hold on a second. One second, everyone. Hold on. Give me a quick moment. Screen is my mouse keeps. Okay. Hold on, everybody. Okay. Bear with me, everybody. My computer's doing something very, very strange. Wait. My computer is doing something very strange. Let me oh no. Wait, hold on. Let me see. Okay. My computer is okay. Let me I think I got it. I think I'm coming back. Yeah, I think I'm coming back. Bear with me, everybody. One moment. My computer is doing the circle thing, but hold on. Okay, I got it. Okay. Ooh, strange. Very strange. Okay, I'm back, everybody. Let me close these things out here. Everybody can hear me. Press 1. I was having a little computer little something was going on there with it was circling. Everybody can see me. Press 1. Press 1 if you can see me and you can hear me. Okay, wonderful. Wonderful. Okay, so first off, let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're gonna get into a question was asked to me about astrology. Very, very popular topic. All type of nonsense has stemmed from this topic. Unfortunately, all type of what people would call pseudoscience has stemmed from this. Whenever people ask to root this, especially conscious people in the circle that I'm in, it is constantly referred to back to something called the Dendera. People try to use astrology to guide their life, and it is just pure stupidness. We're going to get into, first of all, people confuse astrology with astronomy, and we're going to go ahead and break that down real quick to see the actual difference. So let me go ahead and actually do a screen share, and let's get into it and see why does astrology, how did it even get into the conscious community? How did it get from Greece into the conscious community and then doubled back as if it came from Kemet? Very similar to the Anpu and the Jackal and the Anubis, where people think a particular thing and then and take it from the Greek and then try to make it black and try to make it African and then try to build upon that when it actually is of Greek origin. So let's go ahead and break it down. First of all, let me go ahead and do a screen share. Thank you for the question, Melvin. Appreciate the question. I don't know if you're in the room, but if you're in the room, we're going to go ahead and break it down for you. And even if you're not in the room, you can watch a little bit. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into it. So you can see the screen here. So first of all, astrology. Let's get into the definition of astrology and see what it actually is. What is astrology actually? What is astrology? Okay. From the World Atlas, astrology is the study of influence of the stars and planets on human lives. There is a belief that the position of the sun, moon, planets, and other stars during a person's birth are very critical. Some people believe these are cosmic objects. Cosmic objects define someone's personality. Their romantic relationships predict their economic success. One popular aspect of astronomy are horoscopes. See, they put astronomy, two different things on, which commonly appear in newspapers. However, astrologers consider this as inaccurate way of profiling one's life. Personally, the future endeavors a more accurate picture can be given by a special sign of the planet at the time of birth, angles, houses, many other factors. This is astrology. So, history of astrology, broadly defined, astrology involves seeking the meaning of life in the sky. The birth of astrology is accredited to the Babylonians. They had astrological charts they used to predict recurrences of special celestial events. Babylonians introduced astrology to the Greeks in the 4th century BC. Scholars such as Aristotle, Plato studied astrology, leading to it being regarded as a science. Soon afterwards, the Romans, then the Arabs embraced astrology. Later on, it spread to the whole world. At first, the world used astrology to predict weather patterns for agricultural purposes. However, it broadened to include broadcasting, natural disasters, wars, on and on. So they're letting you know that it's accredited to the Babylonians, never proven, but it's accredited to the Babylonians. And then they say that astrology originally was for agricultural purposes. This is the truth. Astronomy was for agricultural purposes. Now, here is the Natural Museum of Natural History. This is astronomy. Astronomy is a study of everything in the universe beyond Earth's atmosphere. That includes objects we can see with our naked eyes, the sun, the moon, planets, and the stars. It also includes objects we can only see with telescopes or other instruments, like faraway galaxies, tiny particles, and even includes questions about things we can't see, like dark matter and dark energy. That is the difference between astrology and astronomy. Now, as we can see, astrology and astronomy have very little factually to do with each other than the fact that astronomy can be used to predict weather, which was astrology's original origin, was its origin. Once the Greeks started applying it to false zodiac signs, and if you are born on a certain month, then your character matches a Greek god, and all the facts of astronomy were removed and ignored, especially the aspect of the minute particles and energy. So how did this happen? How did this take place? Let me get back to the screen. Everybody can see me. Press 1. I got to do a check every once in a while. Press 1. Press 1, press 1, press 1. If you can hear me. Okay, so how did this happen? How did astronomy get turned into astrology? So we know that, as I broke down in many of my classes, astronomy was the watching of the movement of the stars in Kemet and in other cultures who were agricultural cultures, and based on how the position was positioned, how the planet was positioned, you could predict and forecast weather, which was very important for farmers. Then they used the stars in the sky as symbolic stories of things on Earth, such as Aset and Asar and Heru. And so that, as the Kemetians would always do, they would find things in nature and then parallel them to their stories so that they could imbue themselves inside of the story. The Greeks didn't have any ancient spiritual story, neither did the Romans. So what do? When the Ptolemies came into Tente Ra and went into the temple, they took the symbols, they took symbols and they recreated them as the Dendera Zodiac symbols. Now, I'm going to go ahead and show you all in the Louvre Museum how this all happened. Now look, this is what is referred to anytime people associate astrology with any type of ancient culture. Because you see, astrology only goes back to the Greeks. This is why all the names of the astrological symbols are Greek. When somebody asks you what your sign is, every time you answer, it's Greek. You say, I'm Sagittarius, I'm Leo, I'm Aries, I'm this, and because of that, I'm sexual because I'm Scorpio. And if you ask anybody, where can we find this in any culture outside of European mythology, as they call it? Where can we find it? You cannot find it. Where they trace it to? They trace it to the Dendera, which is now in the Louvre Museum, which used to be the ceiling of the Tente Ra temple. And they looked at these symbols in the Tente Ra temple. They placed these symbols in this way. The Ptolemies actually did this. You will not find this anywhere in Kemet, drawn or made by the hand of any indigenous person. This is a Ptolemaic thing that you have right here, and it's factually proven that it traces back to the Ptolemies. Now, okay. Let's go through it. Let's see where astrology even starts and how it even gets into the hands of being associated with ancient culture. It all goes back to the Dendera Zodiac. This is the origin of it, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot find this prior to this. So here it is right here. The sculpted Dendera Zodiac is widely known Egyptian bas relief from the ceiling of Pranios of the chapel dedicated to Osiris and Hathor temple at Dendera, containing the images of Taurus the bull. So first of all, this is the Greeks renaming. They're calling it Taurus the bull. When you ask them what the symbol of what Taurus is and how it relates back to your birth sign, they will give you that Taurus represents stubborn type people, and it's the bull. In Kemet, the bull had absolutely nothing to do with being stubborn. In Kemet, the bull was Ptah, the opener. The bull was to Ptah, the great bull, the man of strength. Osar was the great bull. It represented fertility. They changed it, made it Taurus, and made Taurus represent something that has nothing to do with Ptah, because they remove the Kemetic imagery, and then they do reverse reasoning, and triangular reasoning. They say, see, the astrology symbols are there in Egypt. See the bull? See the scales? See the scales is Libra, and see the fish is this. And you say, no. The scales are Ma'at. The scales are the scales of Ma'at, and it has a whole story with it, with a feather and a heart. It has Ampu, Tehuti. Where did they go in Libra? You're just going to take the scales, say scales is Libra, and then say Libra represents this, and Gemini What happened to the story of where it comes from? You cannot take a symbol of a culture, rip the symbol out, forget about what the culture said about what Taurus, what the bull is, what the scale is, and then superimpose a new concept. And then when somebody asks you about where it comes from, say, oh, it comes from Egypt. See, you see the scale there? Okay, there's a bull. Hey, look over there. There's a cat. That's Leo. See, the Cometians taught about Leo. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. This was begun in the late Ptolemaic period. The Greek period begins this, not Kemetic. Added by Emperor Tiberius. This led John Franco Champollion to date the relief to the Greco-Roman period, but most of the contemporaries believe it to be New Kingdom relief. John H. Rogers characterized the only complete map we have of the ancient sky. All right, so let's take a look at the astrology origin as far as ancient origin, because you can't find astrology in Babylon. Astrology map, we'll see there are eclipses. There are eclipses because the Ptolemies were marking eclipses as they saw it. So you can actually trace the eclipses back to the time where the object is actually created. So there's a solar eclipse right here, and this goes back to March the 7th, 51 BC. March the 7th, 51 BC. Salvi Covel of the Center of Computer-Aided Egyptological Research at Utrecht University dated it to 50 BC. Through the examination of the configuration, it shows 5 planets known to the Egyptians, configuration that occurs once every 1,000 years, and the identification of 2 eclipses. There's another one here. So there's March 7th, 51 BC, represented by a circle and the goddess Isis holding the baboon. Then you have the lunar eclipse, indicates the date of September 52 BC, represented by the Eye of Horus. So this is the Ptolemies taking Kemetic symbols, and they're creating this Dendera thing. This is not Kemetic. And then they're renaming, then you have the Zodiac. Zodiac from the Babylonian word zu, as in zuen, and it means animal. So here we have, this is where it comes from. So here is the image that you see a lot of people show. And they show this image here and they say, see, look, there's the bull, there's the lion, and this is created by the Ptolemies. I just want to start off from there because I want you to know that this does not go, this right here is not anything that has to do with any ancient culture. So I want to start off just by that because I want everybody to know that it's not ancient and it's Greek made. The same people that put together the Bible. So the same people that put together the Septuagint are the same people that put together the so-called Dendera and the astrology. Scorpius, let me just go ahead and read this right here. And this is all information you can get. This is not any type of hidden information, it's that nobody really goes and looks at it. Scorpius is the constellation of the Zodiac. It's named Latin Scorpio. Its symbol is this M-looking letter. Scorpius is one of the 48 constellations identified with the Greek astronomer Ptolemy in the 2nd century. Its ancient constellation predated the Greeks, lies between Libra and Sagittarius. So what you'll find is that the Greeks are taking, let me go ahead and take out screen share for a moment here. Take out screen share just for a moment here. So I can actually look at everybody because my screen is small when I'm doing that. Okay, so what's happening is they took ancient astronomy, which were ancient Kemetic farmers and people that lived along rivers and people that needed agriculture to survive, to build a community. The people that took it came from a place where they were not based on agriculture. They didn't have any story of their own. They didn't have an Osset. The Ptolemies stole the Osset story, the Astar story, started formulating, put together a Septuagint, made a Bible by stealing Babylonian stories, Kemetic stories. Now you have a Septuagint by the Ptolemies. The Ptolemies didn't have any type of spiritual system, so they took the Kemetic system and they created astrology. Astrology is not astronomy, and astrology is completely ridiculous because it has no logical definition. There's no logic to it. So somebody says, I'm a Sagittarius and I behave like this. And somebody says, well, I'm a Scorpio and I behave like this. When in actuality, you are an accumulation of your mother's genes, your father's genes, and your surroundings. No matter what they say about a Scorpio, it's going to apply to anybody. Scorpio is sexual. They'll say, astrology is real because you know what? I had a girlfriend, she was Scorpio, and my man had a girlfriend, and my friend had a boyfriend, and they were Scorpio, and they were all sexual. And then I say, most of the planet is sexual. Porno stars are not Scorpios. Porno stars are not Scorpios. They're all different. They're the most sexual people on the planet, ready to have sex five times a day, 6 times a day. This is just something that the Greeks invented because they had to create a spiritual system to control people, and then a system, if you break out of that, to control people. The spiritual system was the Bible. When they created that, the Ptolemies created the Septuagint. That's where it traces back to. It's not traced before that. And then when you leave out of the Septuagint or out of the Bible, they create the second matrix for you, which is astrology, made by them as well. That's why every time we looked up astrology, it said, goes back to this Ptolemy, that Ptolemy, and went back to the Greeks. Astrology is different from astronomy. And anybody that wants to have a conversation about astronomy first has to trace it to their culture. When you have a conversation about astrology, you immediately have to give up your culture. You immediately have to. So if you say, for example, I'm a Choctaw, I'm a Native American, I'm a Creek Indian, or whatever it is that you say, and you say, okay, wonderful. Give me the Creek Indians' written record of astrology. Let me see the Zodiac signs, and let me see it match what you're saying. When you say, well, we're in the cusp of this, and because we're in the cusp, this is happening to... No, there is a bigger breakdown than this, but I'm not going to spend much time on it, only because we're running out of time. But astrology is Greek sourced. Nobody can pull out any ancient papyrus showing that any of the ancient people of the Nile Valley, where the Ptolemies were influenced, ever taught what's being taught today. Even if they taught about the stars, that's not what's being taught today. If they thought there was a star called Sirius that had a vernal heliacal rising, and when it came above and matched with the sun and came above the same time as the 3 stars of Orion, and a flood happened at the same time after 70 to 72 days, the number of Tehuti, those are farmers using the stars to explain when they can farm and using a story in Kemet to align with that. No farmer ever said that because you're born in this month, you will behave like that. But that we're in an age of Aquarius and we're in the age of Pisces. The astrologers have told me that we're in the age of Aquarius and this is the age of enlightenment. This is the most spiritual age. And I say, what does that mean? We're in the age of Aquarius. And they say, well, see, the zodiac signs change signs every 2,000 or 2,200 years. And right now we're in a stage of spiritual awakening. And that's why everybody wakes up. And this is the highest state we've been. And I say, that's interesting. Very interesting. This is 2022. So 2,000 years ago would have been the time of when they created Jesus. So around that time till now, this would be the age of Aquarius, the so-called age of astrological enlightenment, right? But in my history of study, it seems like from 2,000 years ago, or a little bit before that, would have been the time when the Ptolemies and Alexander the Great came about in 332 and when the Romans took over. And ever since then, it seems like other cultures have been in a state of chaos. And I asked the astrologer, I say, well, who are some people that taught spirituality first? And they say, the ancient Egyptians, the Babylonians. And I say, well, what was the age before Aquarius? Because if I go 2,000 years before that, I'm in 2000 BC in the time of Amenemhet, and I'm in the time of the Kemetians, the golden age, the time that you say that the people were the most spiritual, the time that everybody's studying to get back to. We want to get back to the ancient Egyptian time. That's when we built the pyramids, supposedly. That's when we had spiritual enlightenment. But that's not the age of Aquarius. So are you telling me that right now this is the age of spiritual enlightenment, this age of decadence, destruction, LGB, all type of craziness, Monsanto foods and death and serial killings and horror movies and sugar? This is the age of enlightenment, but the time of Ptah-hotep, the time of Amenemopi, the time that everybody refers back to, when there was a whole community of 4,200 miles of spirituality called Kemet. That wasn't the age of enlightenment. So it's complete illogical nonsense that stems strictly from the Greeks, and nobody has yet to show any form of astrology teachings from any wise ancient teachings predate the Ptolemies. I'm not here to follow any type of Ptolemaic teachings. I'm here to get back to my ancestors. Now, if you are Greek, if you descend from Greeks and you say astrology is mine, we created it, I'm down with it, I have no problem with that. If that's your culture and you created something as a Greek, that's fine. That's your culture and you can keep it. I'm saying that those Greeks took and mutated our ancient culture and put another agenda and spin on it, and that's where you get your Jesus from. That's where you get your astrology from, your Sagittarius, your Capricorn, your New Testament, your Christianity. All of that is mutated versions of what we had originally, and I'm telling my people to stay far away from it. If you want the truth, if you want to get caught up into fantasy, and if you think that the Greeks are superior people that are able to create a spiritual system beyond your own culture, then go ahead and be a what is the guy with the horse, the horse body and the Sagittarius? I heard a brother on Sonetter teach that Sagittarius is Shu and Shu is Yeshua, and everybody's trying to make sense of what the Greeks made up. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we can't make sense of what the Greeks made up. They created it, they mutated it. Let them have it, keep it. We want no parts of it. We're going to go by what the ancestors taught before the sick-minded Ptolemies messed it up and distorted it. But peace and love. Thank you for that question. Melvin, if you're in the room and you asked that question, thank you for that. But no, there's no source of astrology in any of our ancient cultures. We just didn't teach it. And that's why anytime you ask somebody about it, again, they're going to take you to charts, and they're Greek charts. Pull up astrology charts. Pull it up and watch all these symbols and charts, and it's all Greek. It's all Greek. Say, that's an interesting chart. Can I find that chart in amongst the ancient Aztecs? Does that chart exist? Or is that just for the Greeks? Can I find that chart in Sudan? Does it exist in Zambia? No, it's only Greek? Okay. I'm not Greek, sir. So Bibles, astrology, Jesus, Christianity, all of those Greek and Roman inventions that mutated our original teaching to make millions of dollars off of, to deceive people. I don't teach my students that, and it doesn't make any sense whatsoever in anything before the Ptolemies. So thank you for that question, my brother. There's much more. I'm going to just shorten it to that because time is running out. And it's already 10:30. I want to get into some more. I don't even know if the brother's in the room. I may elaborate more if the brother comes on a little later, but I'm going to say that for now. That is astronomy, astrology, and there's so much more to it, but I'm going to leave it just like that for now. It's all Greek. Like E-Manifesto said, all Greek. All Greek. If you believe the Greeks are superior and they were endowed with some type of spiritual knowledge from the heavens, which superseded your culture, then that is something that you will have to work on as far as your self-security or insecurity as who you are. I don't believe the Greeks are my superiors, so I don't go by Greek spiritual teachings of who I can choose as a wife, how I should treat my children based on some astrology sign. No, we don't go by that. Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate that, Melvin. You are awesome. Thank you for that. We're gonna go on. We have who else is here? Okay, good. The donations are coming through, and I see them coming through. All right, well, they are coming through. We got who is this here? Oh, nice. Sal Vega. Is this XA? Shout out to Sal Vega. Let me go ahead and get this one in here. I believe this is XA again. XA again. Let me get you in here, my brother. Hey, where'd it go? Where did it go? 1 second here. Where did it go? Hold on. Gotta get you back. Okay, let me do this again. I'm the one-man engineer. Let me go ahead and do this again. Okay. Boom. Take that. Okay, move it up to the screen. Okay, there we go. And shout out to XA, Sal Vega. Let me go ahead and put you in the room. Screen share. Screen share, screen share. And we're going to go ahead and, oh, sorry, wrong share, wrong share. Screen share again, screen share. Chrome. And we have, boom, shout out to Sal Vega. Who is the great mother? What is her papyrus story? Sal Vega, are you in the room, my good brother? Are you in the room? Are you in the room? So first off, let me go ahead and give you a big shout out for that awesome support. You are wonderful. You definitely get hand claps. Appreciate that, my brother. Boom, boom, boom. Thank you for the awesome support. You are fabulous. I'm going to grab some water. Some agua. Can I reach it? Okay. Shout out to you, Sal Vega. Appreciate that. Are you in the room? I'm going to come back to the room and see if you are here. Are you in the room? Are you in the room? Is he in the room? Somebody also sent in a question. Somebody also sent in a question about female energy and matriarchy. And that actually was the great mother. I want Sal Vega. Are you in the room, Sal Vega? Shout out to Sal Vega. If you are in the room, say something. Okay. Let me do this. Moderators, let me know if Sal Vega or XA is in the room. Okay, hold on. My computer is not too friendly today. Okay. I got a two questions that came in. Okay, good. Salve, you want to know? Okay, he is here. Thank you, Desmond. Thank you, Desmond. And I see you, XA, I see you about the great mother energy and how it is related on the papyrus. And somebody else sent in a question, and I'm actually going to answer you both. Somebody else sent in a question. I'm going to go ahead and put that on the screen, which is going to match your question. And I'll go ahead and put this on the screen here. And I'm going to answer both of your questions at once. Okay, so let me see if I'm going to do a screen share. Boom. Screen share. And this question also came in. Can I speak more about matriarchies? Matriarchies that came in from Nick. So Sal Vega is asking about the Great Mother. The Great Mother and how the Great Mother is mentioned in the papyrus. And then Nick sent in can I speak more about matriarchies? Wonderful, everybody. Wonderful. Thank you. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. For those who just stepped in, into the room, my name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. We have a podcast where people send in questions, and when you send in the question will pop up on the screen when I show it. For example, boom, Black Sun. That was an awesome class. You all remember this class about the Black Sun? Black Sun sends in a question about the Black Sun. I show it on the screen, and then I proceed to answer the question using facts, references, and things that can help you along your way, such as what we're about to do here. This is about to be a big, nice breakdown. So the brother asked a question about the Great Mother. A lot of people talk about the Great Mother principle, and then the matriarchy, the concept of female energy controlling things. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. I'm also going to give a shout out in this little break to the wonderful people that are helping the room run smoothly, and those wonderful people are none other than the awesome Moderators. The moderators: Anki Ma'at, Nani Aset Mur, Seneti Amun, and Ahati Ma'at. Once again, Anki and Ma'at, Nani Aset Mur, Seneti Amun, and Ahati Ma'at. You are awesome, helping the podcast run smooth. Keep it going. Okay, XA, you want to learn about the... Oh, Shannon, shout to Shannon. Shannon is back. Shout to you. Shannon is back. Shannon, are you Nick? Are you Nicole? No. You guys, people have different names on the thing. Different names on their Cash App as they do. So anyways, XA is here. So we're going to talk about the female energy. Yes, the moderators. We're going to talk about the female energy as it is related in Kemet. What is matriarchy? Let me ask a question to everybody before I start, because you know I like interacting. Was Kemet a matriarchal society? Was Kemet a matriarchal society or a patriarchal society? What was Kemet, everybody? What was Kemet, everybody, from what you know? Was it a matriarchal society or a patriarchal society? All right. What does everybody think on that? Was it matriarchal or patriarchal? I like asking the students questions to see where everybody's mind is. Meshach. Here's one of the... Meshach is Beged Leisure. Beged Leisure. My question about the same thing also, Saba. Meshach, your question was about the female energy too? Is that what you're referring to? My question is about the same thing also, Saba. Okay, Meshach. So we got 3 people asking about the female energy in Kemet. Nice. Let's talk about it. Heka Kepara says matriarchal. Okay. Stranger says patriarchal mostly. Okay. And Shannon says, nope, I'm not. Nope, I'm not Nick. Nope. And okay. Shout out to Shannon. Shannon is Shannon. Okay. What's the question? The question was, according to you, to what you know, was Kemet a matriarchal society or a patriarchal society? And the question that was asked was, speak more about the matriarch. And the other question that was asked, Shannon, was about what is the Great Mother energy? What is the Great Mother, and what is her story in the papyrus? Basically, what is the reference to the Great Mother in the papyrus? What is that Great Mother? We're going to talk about it. I thought it was balanced. I like that. There we go, Desmond. Okay, Desmond. I thought it was balanced. It's a great thought. Okay, good. Okay, let's get into it, everybody. I'm gonna go with matriarch. Okay, let's get into it. I love it, everybody. I love the interaction that we're all having, keeping us awake, keeping us here for the knowledge. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where you can ask questions and get them answered with facts information, research, diagrams, images, papyrus, science, evolution, all of that. So Shannon's going to go with matriarch. Okay, let's get into it, everybody. All right. Screen share. Boom. Here we go, everybody. So, first of all, we're going to get into the concept. You know me, I always get into the roots and the concepts of where things start from. So we can go from the start to the end of the mother goddess, or the mother energy, the great mother, the matriarch as they call it. Let's get into it. Okay, so the concept of matriarch has been Europeanized to associate rulership, quote unquote, rulership with male Greek Roman rule, when in actuality, the word originates with the understanding of motherhood. Sorry about the D missing there. Motherhood, which is the main focus that this evil matrix is trying to strip of our original woman. So thus, when she thinks of a matriarch society, she's looking for the wrong paradigm. This removes the Kemetic woman's natural biological imperative and in turn masculinizes her brain. Let's take a look at the word. So what does the word matriarch even mean? Where does it come from? How does it tie into a mother? How does it tie into rulership? What is matriarch actually? Let's take a look at the word step by step. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where we deal with factual information broken down step by step. No drama, no ad hominem, just information. So when you go to the etymological dictionary, we see the first definition: mother or woman who leads a tribe. Mother or woman who leads a tribe. Let me shrink this down a little bit. Who leads a tribe, from matri, woman, arch, abstracted from patriarch, ultimately the Greek arcane, to rule. Okay. This created the word matrix, which was originally a positive term for mother and the womb. We go over to matrix. Matrix, which is now deemed a bad thing, originally was a good thing. Matrix, matrice, uterus, womb. That's where you get matriarch from. It deals with being a mother. Uterus, womb. From Old French matrice, womb, uterus. Directly from Latin matrice, pregnant animal, womb, source origin, as in the mother being the source origin. Matter, mother, mother, noun. Now I will show you one second, let me shrink this down. One momentum, hold on. Oh, I see. Now we'll show you the true origin of the root of this word in Kemet and how it dealt with the great mother concept. And that was our understanding of matriarch. Dealing with the great mother concept. Let me go ahead and shrink this a little bit. Okay, so now we go into the Medunetter, and we see the word matut. Matut netter. Matut netter is the emission of God. Now matut and netter is actually what people are saying when they say metu netter. It is matut. It is to echo something from the word tet. Matet is the echoing of something, and it's netter, the echoing of the words of the gods, or metu netter. From met, the word of met is actually mother. Mother, the word met is where the word mother comes from. That's why you have the first three letters in the word mother as M-O-T. It's from the word metet, or mother. That's where we get the word mate from. Okay, so metut means generation of men and women to generate. You see the erect penis. If you look closely at the word, you'll actually see a penis ejaculating there. Okay, you see the penis ejaculating there. And you go down and you see metet and ast. And you see the word mut and met, which is the same word. What does met mean? It means mother, wife. You see? Met, milch cow, a mother. Because the cow was depicted in Kemet as the divine great mother, our motherhood. Why? So, the great mother, or the mother energy, was the energy that birthed you. That's where your ka is coming out of, and it becomes a kat. So your ka, when it becomes feminine, or when it becomes a body, or when it becomes birthed out of something, you add the letter T to it, and it becomes kat. Kat is feminine, which means to be birthed out of. It is a body, but it has a feminine determinative at the end, and is the word ka, which becomes kat, a feminine body. The Kemetians associated the great mother with the cow, representing her uterus, or the pharaohs underneath her drinking of the milk, as they would see the baby calf drink of the milk, as you would see a baby animal, a baby human drinking of the milk. So we were physical kas, called kat. Well, guess how you say kas in plural? In Kemet, you add a u to the end of it, or an u or an o sound. So kas, pluralized, was the names of Aset and Nebtet, and they were called the cows. The cows. That's what they were called. The cows. That is where your word cow comes from, ladies and gentlemen. The only reason why you are calling that animal a cow is because in the Medunetter, in Kemet, Aset and Nebtet were the two cows. They were the two cows. They were called ka. Pluralized was kau. Cows. And that became the cows. And that turned into your word today, cow. And that's why you call it a cow today, because of the mother principle of the spirit regenerating energy of the ka. Boom. Let's continue, everybody. Let's continue. Let's go on. Now, you see the symbol right here? That is a vulture. This is the chapel of Amun, the temple of Hatshepsut. Hatshepsut. Detailed doorway of the chapel, temple of Hatshepsut. Detail here shows the vulture goddess, Nekbet. I just taught one of my goddesses about Nekbet, the guardian of the mothers and the children. Built in 1550 BC by Queen Hatshepsut architect Royal Stewart Stenamut. The temple was built in place to worship of Amun by Hatshepsut in the afterlife. Temple dedicated to the triad of Amun, Mut, and Heru. That is Hatshepsut. A lot of people use Hatshepsut as an example of a matriarchy, and she wasn't. Hatshepsut was the opposite of the example of matriarchy. But because we think matriarchy has to do with some type of aggressive rulership and fighting and leading warriors and all of that, it has nothing to do with that. Hatshepsut took the role of the patriarch. She took the role of a male because of the situation she was in, not wanting the enemy to know the situation, dressed up as a male and led as if she was the person that the enemy thought she was. That was not matriarchy, though. That was not her job as a woman, as a mother. She had to be put in that position for the protection of Kemet because the male was not around. When the male is around, there is no female that's placed in that position. So that was actually an example of male warrior pharaohhood, or the male representative of a Heru. We'll get into that later. Here is the matriarch. The matriarch is the vulture. Why the vulture? See this big bird here? This ties into our last class of the last lesson of the jackal. Remember the jackal? How big is a jackal? A jackal is about 4.5 feet long. The regular jackal, about 4.5 feet long, maybe 5 feet long. It's pretty big animal, pretty big dog. The jackal was a scavenger that would steal babies. The jackal would steal food. The jackal would take birds' eggs and all type of things, whatever it can get his hands on. Look what protects from the jackal. The mut. which is the vulture. Look at the size of this bird to the jackal. Look at the jackal cowering. Look at this, everybody. This is the jackal, and this is this humongous vulture with a wingspan way bigger than the dog, this wild dog. This dog wouldn't dare come near. This bird will tear this dog to shreds. This represented the great motherhood of protection, and that's why the word Mut was drawn as the vulture, because she was the great protector. The matriarchs were all the women in Kemet who follow the protective role of Aset and Nebtet, and the role they play in the protection of their family and their husband Asar and child Heru. That was a matriarch in Kemet. It was from the word Mut. Matriarch is from Mut, Ma'at, the protective energy. As you can see in this image here, you can see Aset and Nebtet playing the position role of the two arms, the protective arms of the Ka, the protective arms of the vulture, the Mut. And who do you see in the middle? You see Asar in the center being protected with the wings around Asar, just as you go back over here and you see the wings of the great mother vulture protecting her young. And over here you see the wings protecting Asar, because that is what Aset and Nebtet did. And they were the great Ma'ats, the great Muts. Ma'at and Ma'ut is the same word, the great mother. That was the matriarchy. The root word of matriarch, mother, is matrix, yes. Are all from Mut and Ma'at, which are the same word. Ma'at is what all of Kemet was measured by. Remember that term, measured. Here is where the concept got lost. What do you use to measure things with? What do you use, ladies and gentlemen, to measure things with? Let me look in the chat and see if the chat is paying attention. What do you use to measure things with? Let me move the chat up here and see. What do you use? What instrument do you use to measure something with? Let me go in the chat room and see. I'm trying to move the room. There it is. What do you use to measure things with? Kepra says, wow. We've just begun too. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. I'm going to put this over here. Okay, I'm trying to get this over here, but not in my eyes. What do you use to measure things with? Boom. There we go. A ruler. See? A ruler. You guys got it. A ruler. Right? That is right. Let's go back to the... Remember, Ma'at was associated with the scales by which you measure things by. The same scales of Ma'at is the same scales used to the Kemetians used to measure their wheat, to measure their food. It was the measurer. Ma'at was the measurer. The concept got lost because measurer became associated with a ruler, which is something you measured things by. You measured inches, you measured feet by. The measurer became the ruler, and then the ruler became associated with a king or somebody that's over somebody. In English, okay? That is a ruler. When in Kemet, the measurer, which was the ruler, was you being measured by Ma'at. And that is what ruled you. That is what controlled you, was the measurement. Were you doing things according to Ma'at? Not the ruler as in the Greek ruler that says do so or die. Not that ruler, but the ruler of the measurer of Ma'at. Okay, so the measure, boom. Now you see how the feminine principle of Ma'at became confused for a concept of a ruler. Yes, they are both the same word. All right, let's keep going. Here is Ma'at, ladies and gentlemen. Show you an image of Ma'at here. So, mysterious stone tablets have been discovered in a vast African city of the dead. And so they went into what they call Nubia, and they found Ma'at down there. Why? Because it's all the same culture. There was no Nubia. There was no such thing. There was Ha-Seti, there was Tamaray, different parts of the same Nile Valley. And there is Ma'at right there. Ma'at, who all Kemet was measured, ruled by. You're measured by Ma'at. Your heart is continuously associated with being measured with a feather. Thus, that is what rules you. Okay, which is the female, Ma'at. There is Ma'at again. Beautiful. Ma'at right there. Blow her up. There is Ma'at right there. Wonderful. She is gorgeous and beautiful and represents what? What do you see on Ma'at's head? What is this thing that everybody thinks is extensions? When people say the Kemetians had the women had long hair, they had extensions, this isn't new, this isn't ghetto, this isn't wanting to be white. We always had that. You see it coming down? No. No. These are helmets, these are wigs that are shaped to represent an aspect of the culture. Usually the aspect is the cobra head or it is the vulture's body. Get a good look at what's coming down, what we think is hair coming down, and you'll actually see that it's a body of an animal or a vulture's body. There's the head right there. The wing, the tail, can you see the animal's body now? That is a vulture on her head because the vulture was mut and she's mat. It's the same word, MT. Right? Mother, the one who births you. All right, get a look at everything together. Ladies and gentlemen, your matriarch, your ma'ut, your ma'at. Okay, what they call a matriarchy. Not a woman who's sitting on a throne telling people what to do. That is a Europeanized concept of rulership. That is not what rules people in Kemet. All right, let us continue. You know me, there's more. Hold on a second, everybody. Let me stop the screen. Let me look in the room. See if everybody's following. Everybody is following. Hold on, everybody. Okay, good. Yes, it is a head dress. The Met. Okay, let me go ahead and continue. Everybody can hear me. Press 1, press 1, press 1. Press 1 if you can hear me clearly. Press 1, press 1, press 1. If you can hear moi. Can you hear me? Okay, good. Everybody can hear me. Let us continue. There is your matriarchy. We're going to keep going because you know how we do things here. At the Tehuti Podclass, it is not over. We keep going deeper and deeper and deeper out of the matrix. Let me see if I can get the screen off of here. Here we go. Boom. What do we have here? All right, now I'm going to shorten this up. Okay, here. Below is one of my students, a brother who at least has a book, who I've answered questions to, who actually went to a gym with me. One of my students, his trip to Kemet here. Here we can see the colossal size of the great ruler, Ramesses, right? And an enormous seat that people call a throne for a king. But what does it really represent, everybody? Let's take a look. This is my good brother DC here, who is in Kemet. Look at the size of the throne and Ramesses behind him compared to a person. Look at the size difference, okay? All right, so what is this influence? Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln imitating the exaggerated seat, representing rulership. You ever wonder why Abraham Lincoln's chair was so huge? Why George Washington had on the apron and had on all the Kemetic paraphernalia? Why the judges and the presidents wore the wig? Why they had the wig party? To represent Ramesses and Tehuti and what they considered of rulership. But the chair is actually the rulership. Why is a throne, ladies and gentlemen, why is a throne rulership? Why? Where did that concept even come from? We're about to find out. Let's see. Okay, this throne of rulership passed down from Asar to Heru, then eventually passed down to the pharaohs, whom, because they are males, Europeans assumed it was a male-run society. When to the people of Kemet we knew both energies were needed to look at the word throne in the Per Em Haru with the story of Haru and Astar. We're going to look at the word throne. Here it is now, ladies and gentlemen. We're here in the Per Em Haru, page 49, chapter 8, chapter 17. I'm going to blow it up for everybody to see. We're going to look at the word throne. Here it is. So before the Nebuchadnezzar, what is it then? What then is it? Now, he was commanded to rule among the gods, Heru, son of Aset. Get a good look at the word Aset there. Let's take a look at the word Aset. So here's Aset. That is a throne. That is her name. The Aset is what you sit on. That is a throne. There is the loaf of bread representing femininity and representing birth, or representing nutrients. That which feeds the child, like the placenta, representing nutrients. And there is the egg representing birth. And there is the cobra, because the cobra was the word for lady, woman in Kemet. That's the word Aset, as in Isis. Well, let's look what it says. Was appointed, so Heru, son of Aset, was appointed to rule in the seat. Look at the word seat. What is that? Is that not the same word for the female goddess Aset? See that word there? That's per. That is the house. As in the Het Heru, because that was Aset called that too. The house of Heru. When Aset was pregnant, she was called the Het Heru, the symbol of a house. This is the great seat. There's the feminine symbol, Aset. So the word for the throne of rulership in Kemet was the same name as the goddess. The goddess's name, Aset, and the throne that you sit on when you rule is also called the Aset. All right. That is in the Per Em Haru. Okay, so we see that when you see Ramesses over here, you don't think that you're looking at female energy supporting the male rulership, because you just see a male in front of you. You just see the large male in front of you. You don't understand that the seat that he's sitting on, which is the throne, passed on from heir to heir to heir to heir till it gets to him. That throne that makes him in that position, which is the position of the netter, that is the position of the seat, which is also the position of motherhood. One of the positions of motherhood is the squatting position, because that was the original position that you'd be in when you give birth. You wouldn't lay down on your back and give birth. You would sit down in a squatting position to give birth, to become a mut. That is when you became that type of a ruler, motherhood. And that motherhood was passed on, daughter, son, kept on going on. And the son would sit upon the great mother, Aset, sit upon that seat. And that is the only way that you could rule, sitting on that throne, because the mother is still your supporter, just as she was your supporter when you were in the womb. You just don't think you're looking at a metanetter word when you see the king sitting on a seat. That's actually the woman there that they're sitting on that supports him, because the woman is a supporter of the male. That's why Ma'at is a step. The step is what you stand on. That is where you get the concept of standards. When somebody asks you, what is your life about? Do you have any morals? Do you have any standards? Because if you take away Ma'at, the stand or the standards, as a man, you fall. You have nothing to stand on. That's why somebody says, if you don't stand for anything, if you don't stand on something, you'll fall for anything. Where do they even get the concept that you're standing on something? Because the word Ma'at is the stepping stool that you see the pharaohs and all the netters standing on. Without Ma'at, the foundation, as a male and as a female, everything falls. So she is the foundation, and that's why in the creation story, the creator, or the netter, Nebuchadnezzar, created Ma'at as a foundation first. Anyway, so the female energy is the foundation. That is why Abraham Lincoln's throne is so big, because it's the throne that's more important than him. The throne is the rulership. The throne is the Aset. They knew this. They studied Kemetic information. All right, man. Here we go. All right. Hope you all are enjoying this, man. This is a lot of stuff, and I hope you're growing. So here is the Aset, the symbol of the name Aset, or the throne, the seat, as the phonetic sign T, determinative egg, symbol of motherhood, the seated female. Here we are in the Brooklyn Museum. And this symbol of the female on this seat, because that's her name right there. She's sitting on her name, the Aset, the seat, the throne. But what is she doing as a so-called matriarch? What is the first image? She's a mother. That was what matriarch was. Matriarchism in ancient time was to be a good mother. Today, they take away the motherhood because, of course, today is now LGBTQRSTU, LVQP, and now you can be gender 182, gender 85. I'm half mushroom, half sponge, gender cloud, gender water, water gender computer, gender LGQB8. And that matrix disintegrates biological imperative, which takes away the concept of what actually makes the female of the utmost importance, and that is that she gives life. Life is created in her body. The female, the great mother, which is all women, the great mother energy, is the only walking entity that knows what it feels like to have life created within you. That's the female. That's why from the female Aset is where you get all of Christianity from. Here is Isis nurturing the child, nurturing Horus. That is the Mat, the Mut. That is your matriarch, the matrice. That is the matriarchy, the real one. The real one. All right? All right, let's go. We're going. It's one of my favorite topics. I love it. Here she is again, always holding the baby. See, today, you can have womanhood without a baby somehow. You can have womanhood, and when women ask you about, well, who are the great rulers of ancient Egypt, the females? Who are the matriarchs? What's the female energy? They don't want to hear about the child, the babies. They don't want to hear about being a mother. They don't want to hear about that part because that part was stripped. But that actually was the matriarchy. That's actually what the matriarchy means. Mother. Even through Ramesses, even though Ramesses was the ruler who did he declare ruler over him? Aset, Het Heru. His seat of authority is based on Aset, giving him the power within Ma'at and Mut. Sorry for the typo there. Right? So that's Aset right there, and Ramesses sits on the throne because that is what gives him the power. Here again, here we see Ramesses. And what are we looking at here? Ramesses II and Nefertari offering food offerings to Het Heru, the great mother. There they are. So in Kemet, it was both energies were needed. There was no such thing as a matriarchal or patriarchal. There's not even the Medunetter word for those concepts. Both energies were necessary and needed. The Ma'at. And there is Ramesses offering to Het Heru again, worshiping the woman. They saw this. This is an Abu symbol. They saw this and they had to remove this from our culture because they could not have the women worshiping men and the men worshiping women. If you have that, you have a complete, strong African, as they call it, Kemetic society, and they could not have that at all. So they had to remove that and have everybody worship Jesus. All right. As we can see, the power of the Usur of Ramesses was Mat, as we can see in his name. So in Ramesses' name, he has to have what's called a Nepti name, the name of the two, the Nepti name. He had to have that. All the pharaohs had the Nepti name. They had the Heru name, the Noman name. And look at his name. This is Ramesses' name. Ramesses' name is Usur Ma'at Re. You see this? Septepin Ra. But let's look at the first word here. You see Ma'at in his name right here? Usur, which is the power. The power of Ma'at is his name. The power of truth, the power of Ma'at Re. That is Ramesses' name. Ramesses' name had the woman, matriarch, or the matrice, or the Ma'at in his name. His power is Ma'at and Re, the female and the male. Usur Ma'at Re. Both of them ruled over Ramesses. Both of them, Ramesses needed. We have more. We have more people saying, "What are we doing with cuneiform tablets on the screen? Why are there cuneiform tablets on the screen?" Let's go. Let's get into it. So, you have this woman here, which everybody loves to mention when they mention matriarchy. Her name is Tai, the Fire. Tai was a prominent political diplomat and war strategist who took control when Akhenaten was unconcerned with corresponding complaints and letters, some of which were from his own men. Tai took control after the death of her mate and saved Kemet. Tai, so this is Tai. Let me shrink this down. See this beautiful sister right here? This is Tai. You see her? She looks like almost every sister, every brother's mother down the block. This is Tai, Dynasty 1539 to 1292. What do we have here? These are the Armana. Oh. Let me scroll this way. So here's the Armana letters. Everybody can look them up. What are the Armana letters? Are a group of several hundred clay tablets inscribed with cuneiform writing that date to the 14th century BC were found at the site of Tel Amarna, the short-lived capital of ancient Kemet during the reign of Amenhotep IV Akhenaten, 1353-1336. Since Kemet was outside the area where cuneiform writing developed, Armana letters testify to the use of this script and the Akkadian language across the Eastern Mediterranean. During this period, the majority of the tablets are letters written from rulers in the lands of North Kemet. These letters are housed today in the museum collections across the world, including 2 examples in the collection of the Metropolitan Museum. So these are corresponding letters between the kings and rulers and people of the Akkadian area in the cuneiform and Tai. That means the Kemetians were able to read Medu-Neter and cuneiform of the Sugagi language or the Akkadian language. All right, so this is one of the letters here. Amarna letter fragment from the king to Tushurata of Mitini to the Queen Tai of Egypt, matching fragment, British Museum, Oriental Institute Museum, University of Chicago. So there is the cuneiform language, as people would say, in Kemet. I have the whole translation right there, but I'm not going to read that right now for time's sake. Okay. So here is the colossal statue, Pharaoh Amenhotep and his wife, Queen Tai, in the Egyptian Museum. And there is the, let me shrink this down a little bit. Tai is a winged Sharakutu Temra, or Harakuti Temra. Ignore the S there, typo. Harakuti Temra. Her plant-topped headdress derived from that worn by Tefnut. Tefnut, also the Great Mother. She's holding her husband's Shen. That is loyalty. So that was matriarchy in Kemet. It was loyalty and protection of your husband and child. That's why you always see the Kemetic women always beside their husband. You see them with the Tefnut. Tefnut is Sekhmet. That's another name for Sekhmet, who is all about the loyalty to Ra. So you see her holding her husband's Shen. That means she's holding an image of her husband's name inside an eternal life. That's what she was about. She was about her husband having eternal life on this planet and her having eternal life. So being that one of the definitions of matriarch, let me move this up. Being that one of the definitions of matriarch is a mother that takes lead, Tai is a great example of a mother netter with a family structure who was loyal to her husband, who took lead as the mother and warrior as Sekhmet, Aset, and all mothers did to protect the family. Thus she wears the headdress of Tefnut, the great mother protector. And let me expound upon the protection. Very important. So the name for the snake, Wajet and Renunet. Uwajit means the green one, and is also the serpent. How is the mother the protector? Because the mother sends out the warrior, male, strong, with the food and medicine she gives him, and the confidence she gives him before he even goes out. You see, if the mother, which passes her motherhood to the new, what they call wife, or the mate, the female correspondent, the female of the male, she becomes the mother of the husband as well. That is what the husband is looking for. That is what the males are looking for in a female, is another mother representative. That's what she's looking for. That's what they're looking for. Okay, so the mother prepared the food for him when he was 5 years old, 6 years old, 7 years old, prepared the food for the daughter. That kept us safe and strong, so that when we became great warriors or had to go into the world, we went out strong because we were healthy. You can't go out eating bad food and think that you're going to rule any kind of nation or fight any kind of war. So the man was sent out strong because he ate well. His mother and his mate gave him confidence. That is the form of protection that exists, so that he can go out and, through reciprocity, re-protect his family. So he goes out because he has more testosterone. He is a strong bull. He's a stronger fighter than the female, but he only can become a stronger fighter because the female is preparing his medicine for him, his food for him, because food is medicine. Then in reciprocity, in return, he goes out and protects his family, and no other man can come in his house, and no other warrior can come in, attack, rape, kill his wife, his mate, or his children, because he is a strong warrior protecting them because they protected him. So it wasn't a matriarchal or a patriarchal. It was both working like this in respect for both the neter, the netert, the god, and the goddess working as one. It was the European that separated and created different words: matriarchal society, patriarchal rule. No. We didn't have any of that in Kemet. It was both in unity as one, working together. But that was when the female knew her position and her value as a woman, and the male knew his position and the value as a man. And that's what kept the longest running society and community on the face of the planet Earth. The face. There is no society that ran longer than Kemet, and that was the Kemet that worked off the duality of the male and the female, and they happen to be the longest running society. No matriarchal society ever compared, and there's no patriarchal society that ever compared to the longest running one, which was one that worked both in unison. So in order to take away power from the future building of a Kemet, what do they have to do? I'm gender cloud. I'm gender pencil. I'm a pencil gender. Well, I'm a mouse gender. I'm a phone, gender bipolar, male cloud. Who are you? I don't know who I am. I know who I am. And that can never create a rulership, and that's why no society has ever been created from that type of confusion. All right, let me close out. Okay, might as well give you this. I was going to close out, but got to give you the little extra jewel. This wasn't even a part of it, but let me go ahead and give you this. So the female creative energy surrounds us in every direction. It's within us. It's taught by the Nile Valley people. What does that mean? That means ever since you were a baby in the womb, you were surrounded by female energy. One of the reasons why men in ancient times, one of the many reasons why men gravitated to having multiple women around them. When you were a baby in the womb, all you knew was to the left, to the right, up, down, north, south, diagonal. You were surrounded by female energy, and that was the first time you ever felt safety, was in the protection of the mother's womb. The Kemetians understood this, so thus they created imagery where the energy that surrounds everybody is always female. Let's take a good look. This is the mother goddess. This is the great mother energy. Let's take a look at it. Starting off with Nut. There is Nut right there. Nut is another word for the heaven. That's the heaven symbol right there. It is a female surrounding everything. So you have all the netter down here, and you have the great female, the mother energy surrounding everything. Why is this mother energy important? This is the true matriarchy because this is the female energy that surrounds us. And you can see the man down here. Who is this? Shu? What is Shu pointing to and touching? Her genital areas, the areas that produce. See the triangle there? See the V? That's the vagina. And then the hands holding the breast. That is what makes the female energy so powerful because it is a creative energy. That's why the word creator is actually female. The word creator is a female word. It's from the word caress. It's a female word. So that is the nut that surrounds everybody, the female that surrounds everybody. Underneath you is Ma'at as your foundation, and above you is Nut, no matter where you go. So here we are. We're actually going to look right at this this image here, and you can see right here, that's the word for heaven. It's called Pet. That's the word for heaven. See that right there? I'm going to blow it up. Show it right there. That's the word Pet. That is the heaven right there, the heavens. But the word for heaven, which is the place everybody wants to go to when they die, everybody when they die, no matter what religion you are, if you believe in afterlife, you want to go to a place called heaven or whatever you call a heaven. Or even if you don't believe in anything, you say, I'm in heaven right now. Heaven is on earth. Heaven is a place that everybody wants to go to. The word heaven is the woman. That's where everybody wants to go to. That's where everybody wants to go to. When you die, you go to heaven. What's the word for death in Kemet? Anybody know? Guess what the word for death is in Kemet? It's Mut. The word for death in Kemet is Mut, the same word for mother, because death is just a rebirth into a next world, which can only be done through female energy. Boom. Let's keep going, though. Let's keep going. I'm going to close out. There's a lot going on. But let's keep it going. Okay, so here we are in the Per Amharu again. What do we see here? Annie, victorious in the place, triumphant in Amenta, the beautiful mountain of eternity. Chapter of not being carried off by the heart in the nether world. My heart is with me, shall not happen to me be carried off. I am the Lord of the hearts, slaying the hearts. I live in right and truth. Where do you live in? In, M is in, Ma'at. The Kemetians acknowledge that they lived in the woman. They didn't just live for it. They were in it. There's the M. It means you're in it. You were living in it. That means no matter where you look, what direction, you are in Ma'at. That's why it says, I exist within her. It says it here, but the S is actually a her. I exist within her. It was everybody's dream to go back inside of the woman. That is the only place you can be rebirthed. So you say, I live in Ma'at. I exist within her. You're in her. You're on her. See this right here? Herakuti rejoices, living forever, living Aten, great one who's in the Jubilee, master of Aten, encircles the master of heaven, master of earth, master, and it keeps going on. Then it says, living on Ma'at. Living on Ma'at. That is the female energy. That is Ma'at. It is the truth. And last but not least, I'll read this here. This here is plate 36, which lets you know that the Kemetians believed and taught that we were in every direction. Every direction. The female was in every direction. Okay? I'm going to read this and then close out with this. So here it is. Here's what the Kemetians taught about the female. Hail. So first of all, you're starting off with the hail, the worship, the respect. Hail power. Beautiful what? Beautiful rudder. Why is it the rudder? Because the female energy was the leader in the afterlife. That was the energy that rebirthed you. Those were the two serpents, also called the rudder, because the rudder controlled the direction of the boat. So hail, rudder, beautiful heaven. Look at the word heaven, pets. That is the nut. That's the female. Hail, revolver, hail of the north. So the pets, the energy is in the north. Hail, revolver, of the heaven, a pilot of the two earth, rudder, beautiful heaven of the west. So the female energy is in the west. Hail, shining one. Hail, shining one, above the temple of the gods, invisible forms, rudder, that's the female, beautiful of the heavens of the east. Hail, dweller above the temple of the sand, rudder, beautiful heavens of the south. That is every direction. The female goddess energy is in every direction because you want to imagine being imbued in that type of energy because that's the only energy that can rebirth you. You always want to get back into that energy, the rebirthing energy. I say goddess because of the hemi and the rudder. And it's going to say goddess directly. Look at this. Hail ye gods above the earth, pilots of the underworld. Hail ye gods. What does it say? Who are the gods being hailed? The mothers. See the metuts? Let me blow it up. Hail ye gods, the mothers, the metut. See that? See the vulture that I showed you? The metut. Who are above the earth, who are in the underworld, in the house of Osar. So the goddess, the gods here, the Neteru, these ones, the rudders, are the great mother energies who are in the east, west, south, north, and they are in the heavens, and they are above. They're above the earth, and they're in the underworld. That means that the female energy is everywhere to the Cometians. That is what the male energy and everybody lived in. The female energy, that was the invisible ruler. That was the Mut energy that was over everything. That had its rule, and then the males had their rule, which is a whole another class. But boom, thank you both for answering that question. I'm going to close out right there. Close off with that answer right there. I appreciate it. Hope you all appreciate it. Boom. Hail. That's right. Hail Mary. That is right. That is the answer. I hope you all liked it and appreciate it. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. This is how we answer information here. This is what we do. There's nothing coming from the top of my head. I'm not grabbing things from, well, I believe, my opinion is that. We're not getting into that. We're not name calling. We're not doing ad hominem. I was merely gifted through my own endurance, spending time, gifting myself, taking the energy to gift myself to be disciplined enough to be able to think like this, because as a youth, I gave up my youth life of going to parties and smoking it up and doing all that, and I separated and opened something up where I just focus on knowledge, information, and then bestow it based on the questions that are asked. That is my simple discipline that I'm bestowing onto you. I don't have the rah in my system. I don't have the name calling. I don't have that in my system because there's too much information to catch up on to be focused on. Look at all this information just on, this is just 4 questions in the Podclass. Where do we have time to call anybody names? Where do we have time to talk about anything else? And this person's doing this when there's all this information. That is why I teach, and that is why in my past history, I kept winning my debates, because when I come in based on what I'm about. I'm not doing it for the ego. I'm not doing it for whatever it is that people are doing it for, the insulting, cussing people out. When the screens go off and the camera goes off, you can ask my goddesses, some of them that are in the room right now around me. This is me. This is how I live. When I wake up tomorrow morning, this is me. Why? Because Anki em Ma'at un MS. I live in Ma'at. I exist within her. Boom. Thank you for that question, everybody. I'm glad you all enjoy it, man. I need to eat. Take a little break. I'm glad you all liked it. Let me go ahead and look into the chat to see what's going on here. Again and again, Cash P, and again and again. Okay, we have wow, I can't even read this so much. Let me blow this up so I can see in the room. Creatrix, genitive creatrix, masculine creator, third dissension, a female who brings forth, produces mother, female found. That's right. That's right. Voltage says, excellent build. Thank you. Kepara says, astronomical, right? Astronomical information. That's right. Astronomical. Very fitting. Desmond puts up fire. He's lighting me on fire. Great knowledge. Caspeden puts up more fire. There's fire everywhere. Awesome. Thank you all. You all motivate me for this, and this is what we need, man. This is what we need for as long as I'm here. Is what I will be giving on this level. Yeah, the rah-rah is a waste of energy. That's right. It's a waste of energy. Great energy, everyone. Great energy to you, Shannon. Great energy to you. Auntie says exactly. All right. Commission. No, not commission. Confusion for some reason entertains the simple-minded. You're speaking words of wisdom, my brother. That is words of wisdom. Confusion entertains the simple-minded. Why? Because when things are in confusion, isfet, there's no accountability. That's why everybody acts weird at the parties, at the clubs. When there's a bar fight, why is everybody in it? Because no accountability. You can't pinpoint where it starts. If there's a whole bunch of people acting stupid and acting crazy, you can purge you can now go into that craziness, and you can act stupid too, and nobody will point you out because it's the whole room laughing, doing, yeah, what are you talking about, man? Hey, no, you stupid, big head. But let one person walk into a library and act like that. The police will be called, and the person will be taken to the nut house. And when the whole crowd is acting crazy, that's what entertains the masses, because it allows everybody to be unaccountable for your actions. That's why some people like to start arguments to just get out of the house. The situations where there's couples or relationships, and a person starts an argument, oh, I'm leaving then. And they start an argument just to get out because they wanted the confusion to overshadow what the actual problem is. And then they leave, and then they're unaccountable because when they leave, nobody's watching them. That's the unaccountable energy that we have to breathe out of us. All right, man. All right. Yeah, you can throw cheap shots, right? In a riot, exactly. In a riot, you can throw. Nobody knows who hit who. It's just chaos. No accountability. Absolutely. All right, man. This has been an excellent class. An intelligent man and a fool arguing. No one can tell who the intelligent man is. You are right. Chandler's laughing. Yes. Let's go on. I think I'm gonna do one more. I gotta take a little break. Man, let me give a shout out to those who sent their donations, because there's quite a few been sent. So Kemet Heru Kemet Heru Hancock. I think that's the deep voice brother that calls him the Killer Priest, and he gave me much respect one day. Let me give him his. Let me go ahead and put him up on the screen. Kemet Heru Hancock, are you in the room? If so, shout out to you. I'm gonna put a couple more people out. I may answer one core question, but I gotta close out. But I will always read all the donations, all the questions, even if I have to continue for next week. But let me see where that went. Let me go ahead and screen share Chrome and Comedic Hancock. Huh. Okay, there it is. Shout out to Comedic Hancock. That's actually right in the email. Shout out to Comedic Hancock. Shout out to you for the $7 donation. Appreciate that, my brother. You are excellent, awesome, wonderful. Shout out to you, my brother. And I don't know if you all seen that on the screen. I got a little strained, but shout out to Comedic Hancock for the $7 donation. You are awesome and fabulous, and we appreciate you. And shout out to you, man. Okay, let's get on to the next one. We got 83 in the Podclass. That's right. Late at night, still 83. That's a big number for a room that is just knowledge, isn't it? Right? Pretty big for a room that's just no drama. It'd probably be 830 if I was on here cussing somebody out. But I'll take the low numbers. That is fine because I'd rather quality over quantity. Let me go into the next donation question that was sent in, or donation. I think I'm just going to do donations and save the questions for the next class, depending on what it is. There's only a couple more left anyway. And then okay, we have David with $5. $5. I'm going to give a simple answer on this one, but I'm still going to give an answer, break a couple things down. We have let me go ahead and do a screen share. Is this him right here? Yeah. Dave. Okay. Do a little screen share here. Boom. Regular screen share. And oh, the emerald tablets. Where's okay. Boom. Shout out to Dave. Dave with the $5. Were Hercules and Samson just sun gods based on Heru? Okay, good question. And the answer is, take it off of this. Oh, hey, Jody. Jody's still with us. Jody's awake and alive. Okay. Who was that? I can't tell who that was in the room, but it is it's Dav Gore. Shout out to you. I don't see a Dav Gore in the room. I know I know the Cash App names are different from the names in the room. But shout out to you. Shout out to you. So I'm going to say to that question, yes. So we're dealing with, I'm not going to do any big screen shares for this one. Just going to break it down. So the concept of a hero, of an avenger, that concept of an avenger defending his father or saving the city, that concept is common amongst all cultures, because of course we have stories of cultures of sons defending their father in all cultures, but the oldest of them is from where the word hero actually comes from. And hero is Heru. Hero is Heru. All right, now we have the story of Samson. Samson is from multiple stories. It is not the Heru story, neither is the Hercules story, although their names come from the sun god principle. Let me get back to the screen here. I'm blurry again. Hold on. I'm going to cut this off in 1 second, everybody. Hold on. Got to fix the blurriness, which is I'm going to go like this. Boom. And then boom. All right, we fixed the blurriness at least a little bit. It is a little dark. That's okay. We're here. Okay, so Samson actually comes from Shamash. So Shamash is the ancient Kiyingi sun god, or the god of the Ingur of the sun, actually shown in front of a sun on top of a flying object, who had the same wings of Heru Behutet, the same flying wings with the sun circle in the middle and the wings coming out. From Shamash created the word Shemesh. Shemesh and Shemesh becomes the word for heavens and sun in the so-called Hebrew language. And from this comes Samson, which is Shamash, which just means the sun. That's all that it means. It is a sun god who ended up being a hero, which is a Heru, which of course the principles of that come from a combination of what the Ptolemies and the Alexandrians had to their disposal, which is the Kemetic stories. And of course, because they conquered Darius, and Darius had conquered Ashur-bani-pal, who had the largest library of over 40,000 Assyrian and Kiangi tablets, the Ptolemies had access to both of those stories, of the Heru story, the Shamash story, crunch them together, creates a Samson and a Hercules from Heru again, Hercules. And of course, the stories are not going to match identically because they base it upon a story and then add things to it, and the story becomes completely different. Just like the Jesus story is based on Heru, but of course you can't find Heru waking up 5,000 dead. You can't find Heru at a wedding. You can't. The things that happen in the New Testament stories are not word for word the Heru story. Same with the Hercules. Same with the Shemesh, Samson story. But the principle of a sun god redeeming the civilization, that comes from Heru the Avenger. Interestingly enough, the way that you draw Avenger in the Medu-Neter is today's Celtic cross. It's the cross with the circle and the sun that became Heru the Avenger, or the Savior, or the Redeemer. So I'm just going to go for that. $5 donation. Appreciate that. I'm not going to get into a big, huge breakdown, but yes, absolutely it was. And maybe next time, send another donation in when it's earlier, and I'll give a more thorough breakdown. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that question. To the brother who asked that question, we're going to get into some more donations, and then I'm going to close it out because it is late, late. All right. So shout out to Nathaniel here, who Nathaniel. Where's Nathaniel? No, that's Dave Gorg. One moment. Where Nathaniel disappeared to? Is this him? Shout out to the brother Nathaniel. Appreciate you, my brother Nathaniel. Payment from N. Turner. Nathaniel, good brother. $5. Much respect, and I appreciate the support. Appreciate the support. You are wonderful, and you are consistent. You're always supporting. Let me go ahead and put that up on the screen there. Again, there we go. Shout out to Nathaniel. Shout out to you, my brother. Good support. $5. Appreciate the donation. You donate every week, and you're pretty consistent with that. I appreciate it. Let's move on to the next. Here, we got, what do we got? 20. Okay, from an anonymous. Shout out to Anonymous. I'm going to put this up, and I'm going to get into this. This will definitely be, I'll start this off next week because it is almost 12 o'clock, and I actually have a very busy day starting from the morning tomorrow. Very, 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 very busy. So I don't have time to do another bunch of huge breakdowns, but I love this topic, and I'm going to go ahead and put it on the screen. And the topic is where did it go? Is it this? Where did it disappear to? Is this it? Yes. Oops, sorry. 1 second. Oh, that's not it. Hold on 1 second, everybody. Let me start this. Let me do. Sorry, I did something by accident. Let me redo that. Hold on, everybody. Let me try this. Sorry about that. I don't know why I did that. Okay, let me do this again, everybody. Hold on. Okay. One moment, everybody. Hold on. One moment. Somebody's not cutting off. Oh. Okay, hold on. Let me. Okay. All right. Let me keep this on the screen. Okay, let me pull up the next thing. Let me let me do this. Here we go, everybody. So shout out to. Let me do this one here. Screen share. Can you all see the screen? Can you all see the screen? So shout out to this person here who says to keep them anonymous, and how did the story of Atlantis originate? I love that topic. Thank you for that question, brother or sister, whichever you may be. Thank you for that. Shout out to that. I'm gonna put that in for the next week because I have to close out soon. I'm putting you down right here. I'm typing it in next week. We're gonna start off. I think this is the first one I'm putting for next week. I think. Let me see. Next week we're gonna start off with this. We'll start off with your question, okay? For the next class. If I start breaking that down now, we're gonna go past 12, and I can't do that tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I know y'all love it, but RPM, shout out RPM. Peace to you. Okay, let's go to the next one. I'm right now gonna just show all the donations, and any questions that are asked from this point will have to be next week. Stranger, always giving the support. Thank you, Stranger. This is from Stranger. Stranger with the support. Thank you, my brother Stranger. Where is Stranger? Let me see where he is. This him right here. Boom. Stranger, I'm going to go ahead and do a screen share and show Stranger support. Boom, boom. There is Stranger with the $20. Thank you, my good brother, for the great support. You have been consistently supporting ever since I started the podcast. Plus, you named the moderators. So, shout out to you for that. Thank you for that, my good brother. You are awesome. You appreciate, and we love you. We love all the good energy you bring. And, of course, you get a wonderful hand clap. Appreciate you, my brother Stranger. You are awesome. The moderators give shout outs. We give shout outs to you. Thank you, my brother, for constantly donating support, and your donations are always on the large side. Thank you, my good brother Stranger. You are awesome. Your support is always appreciated. Are you in the room? Yes, you're in the room. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Okay, hand clappers. Okay, good. Okay. Next up. Beged Leisure. I know when I see Beged Leisure's name, I'm about to see a whole paragraph and breakdown. Let's see. We know this is for next week. Let's see. Okay. I know Beged Leisure always sends the large questions or thoughts in. Let's see. Beget Leisure, also known as Mitcha. Let's see what he sent in here. What does he say? Okay, screen share. Beget Leisure, where is he? Where is he with the huge questions and paragraphs? Let's see. Screen share. It's sharing. Beget Leisure. This you. Here you are. Boom. Beget Leisure with the $30. Friend, peace, Saba. When I took bitter herb, Aya, for the first time, I laid down and she laughed inside my mind and said, "You are too." I want to know, was it Goddess Bastet in Medunetter on footnote saying Bastet? Oh man, oh, Beget Leisure. Hold on. Okay, hold on, man. Hold on. I want to know, was it Goddess Bastet in Medunetter on foot note saying Bastet is all seeing eyes that I saw and turned into checkered floor to walk on our loving guides like Bastet in Netter? Is she guide also to be light as feather? Wow, hey. Whoa, Beget Leisure. We got to talk about this question, my brother. This, I don't know what's going on, man. Let me read it one more time. Maybe I'm just tired. Let me read it one more time. Friend, peace, Saba. When I took bitter herb, Aya, for the first time, I laid down and she laughed inside my mind. I said, "You are too." I want to know, was it Goddess Basset in Medunetter on foot note saying Basset is all seeing eyes that I saw and turned into checkered floor to walk on our loving guides like Basset in Netter? Is she a guide also? Whoa, to be light as feather. Yo, this sounds like a Twister verse. I don't even know if that helps the man. Beget Leisure, you just threw me. Are you in the room, Beget Leisure? I need clarity. I don't know if you took ayahuasca and then wrote that as you took it. I'm not sure what just happened there, but that was... I need to talk to you directly to clarify that question. I need to get that clarity. But shout out to you. I'm gonna put a note on that one. Get clarity for the answer, because I don't know. I'm not sure what's being asked here. But shout out to you, Beget Leisure, for that support. You are awesome, fabulous, wonderful. I appreciate you, Beget Leisure. You can always contact me, my brother, if you're in the room. Just contact me on the Facebook. Talk to me there. And maybe we can sort out that question to kind of summarize it and minimize it and kind of just get some clarity, because the two, you are two, and Bastet's a checkered floor or something, and she's inside of you laughing. I'm not sure what is going on there, but I would love to know. I'm gonna put a note here. I'm gonna put next get clarity for next week. Okay, get clarity for next week. I'm gonna put that there for that. Thank you, my good brother, Beget Leisure. And that was an interesting one right there. All right, let's get in to, let's close it out. What do we have here? Oh, Lamar, of course. Lamar is here, always supporting. And it's for the scales. Shout out to Lamar. the awesome Lamar for supporting. He let's see where. Let me find him first with the sacred number. I think he's 2222. Was that 2272? Nice. Okay, let me go ahead and do a screen share and show Lamar here. Shout out to Lamar right here. Boom, boom. Shout out to Lamar Owens, Scribe 2272 for scales for the Ma'at, the scales. Thank you, my brother. You are awesome as usual, always sending support. He sent the biggest support ever, I think last week or the week before. So shout out to you, my brother. You are always supporting. I'm going to go ahead and give you do a screen share again. I want to show you. Shout out to you, my brother, with the 2222. Shout out to Lamar Owens, 2272. Shout out to you. Appreciate that, my brother. And of course, shout out to Beged Leisure. I want to have the hands clapping as I'm showing it for the $30 US. Shout out to both of you for the awesome support. Again, Lamar Owens, 2272. You are awesome. Appreciate that, my brother. There's your hand claps. You are fabulous. Thank you both for the support. You are awesome, and I appreciate it.
Hey, what's up, all you lovely people? Please subscribe and follow me on all social media.
All right. Okay, let's get on to the next one. And this is the last one, I think. This is the last one. This is from Anthony Peden. Is Anthony Peden? Oh, yeah. I think Anthony Peden is Cash Peden. I think it's he's on the 8888. For those who don't know, his good brother Cash Peden or Anthony Peden. He started this donation where it went from 111 to 222, 333, 444, 555, $6.66, $7.77. I think he ended it there, and now he's continuing it with 888. Where is it? Where'd it go? 888. Is this it? Okay, 888. Let me go ahead and show this on the screen. Shout out to my good brother, and I have to give him a clap because he is extremely consistent with this. Thank you, my brother. Let me go ahead and show this on the screen. Thank you, good brother. There it is, Anthony Peden. Boom, $8.88 for. Keep up the great work. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate that. I will keep up the good work. Thank you so much, my good brother. Appreciate it. You are very, very consistent with that. He's like 888. He's always doing that. Thank you, my brother. Is he in the room? I got to check the room to see if you're in the room. Yeah, 999. Anki Ma'at says like and share the channel. Okay, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. That looks like the end of the donations for today. That is the end of the questions also. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, that's not it. What is this? Oh, here we go. Just when I thought it was over. We have I might as well keep the hand claps on. Just when I thought it was over, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like Anthony Peden is on a roll again. I saw 888. And let me put this up on the screen. Let me go ahead and just play the hand clap right off the bat because have Anthony Peden with 999. Anthony Peden with 999. Thank you, my brother. I'm just about to close out. Before I could close out, Anthony Peden comes with a 999. Appreciate it, my good brother. You are fabulous, man, with this thing that you're doing here. And I appreciate it, man. Let me go ahead. Thank you so much, my good brother.
Hey, what's up, all you lovely people? Please subscribe and follow me on all social media.
All right. Okay, shout out to you. And yes, everybody subscribe, follow me. And shout out to you, Anthony Peden, man, with strangers. Sanetia Moon says, Tua for the donations. Thank you. And Anki Ma'at says, thank you all for coming. Thank you for the support. Sanetia Moon puts Cash App TT Amoon. And I think Desmond predicted this. Let me scroll up and see. Somebody said the next is 999. I don't know. I think somebody said that. Somebody said that. I think it was a Desmond. Somebody said the next is 999. And boom, as soon as he said that, I checked it. Boom, Cash Peden sends 999. I think that was Desmond. So shout out to you, Desmond. Yeah, it was him. There it is. Desmond said 999 is next. Darius said it, not Desmond. Sorry. Darius McNear said 999 is next. Shout out to Darius McNear. And Kamit says, great class for that mind workout and freedom break out of this false matrix. Cash Peden says, we need this great information. Thanks for your time. We're about to close out, ladies and gentlemen. I am ready to rest. I got a big, super duper busy day tomorrow. I got a lot to organize. Shout out to you all. Appreciate that. Let me go ahead and do one thing before I close out. Hold on, everybody. One moment. Just going to stop the cam for a moment. I'll be right back. I'm going to move and grab something. I'll be right back, everybody. Hold on. Okay, we are back. Whew. Okay, we are back. The one-man show. Okay, here we go. Let me see if you can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1 if you can see me. We are back. We're about to close it out. Raphael Gary, you were here? Oh, Raphael Gary, you were here. I've been asking for you. I had your answer about the slave ships, and I was looking for you to be in the room. I couldn't find you, my brother, so I got to put that on for next week as well. You had sent me a question about slave ships, and I couldn't find you. I wanted you to be in the room so you could hear the answer. Shout out to Raphael Gary, who popped up. I appreciate you popping up, and you will get your answer. I'll put you in for next week. Shout out to Raphael Gary. All right. Shout out to everybody. This is again Nakash, who says peace. Look at the beautiful Nakash, who says peace all the way from the Honduras. That is Nakash, the red and black, the most famous of the Podclass snakes. Nakash, there you are, my brother. Shout out to Neith, who is the unicorn on the hat. The unicorn on the hat. I don't want to get too close and lose the focus, but that is the unicorn on the hat. This is Nakash. All right. And this podcast will be uploaded. It will not be taken down by YouTube. This will go up. Very good class. I'm sure everybody appreciated and enjoyed it. Raphael Gary says, thank you, sir. I know you guys don't want me to end, but I must end at this time. It is super duper duper late. I've been teaching for 4 hours straight. 4 hours straight. Woo, and it's time for me to rest. So once again, we're going to give a shout out to those who help the room run smoothly. And those who help the room run smoothly are the great moderators. Moderators, Anki M. Ma'at, Nani Aset Mur, Seneti Amun, Ahati Ma'at. These are the moderators who keep in the room running smoothly. We love and appreciate you. Thank you all for helping the room. And also, shout out to everybody in the room. Shout out to XA, who said great class tonight. Shout out to Naniel Set Mur, the moderator, says thank you all for supporting. Donations and questions. Cash Peden says, it's 3 a.m. Get some rest, bro. That's right. Darius McNair says, great show. Ka Zodiac, not going to like that astrology question. Shout out to you. Shout out to Nania Set Mur again, saying mind-blowing answers again and again. Thank you. Heka Kepara, shout out to you. Shout out to Kamit. You're always awesome in the room. Benefit. Where'd you go? Great benefit to the room. You are always a great benefit to the room. Shout out to Jody, who's been with us since the beginning. Shout out to everybody in the room. Shannon, everybody in the room that has supported, helped out, made the room run smoothly. Master K, you are awesome. Master K, RPM is always in the room, representing RPM. Anki Ma'at, shout out to you. Shout out to you. Shout out to Hati. Shout out to Sinetia Moon, who says thank you for the donations. Shout out to everybody in the room. You all help this room run smoothly. Have a wonderful week beginning and a strong beginning. Okay? Have a wonderful weekend and a strong beginning. May your week end and may your strong begin. So we're going to end with the affirmation. Oh, and also, of course, those who are watching the show on YouTube who want to know how to support afterwards, you can always send in donations, but you can also send in questions on how to get these books here, which is Melanin Dark Consciousness and Stepping Out of the Matrix. I'm going to go ahead and put my how to inquire about those. mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. Send an inquiry about those. And support through Cash App TT Amun and PayPal Rocky SV. You can send support through any of those means. Everybody, we are about to close out, and we're going to close out with the affirmation. And the affirmation, let me zoom down here. Boom, boom, boom. All the way down here. We're going to close out. I'm going to put the affirmation on the screen so we can all read it together. There is There's one sentence missing in this that I have to add. So you may hear me say something that's not in the writing. There's one sentence that I have to add into this. But here we go. We're going to start like this. Anki Ma'at un ms nin aset Ma'at min hapapet Ma'at her enhu kiui per ikut. I live from Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Peace and love, everyone. You are all awesome. You all helped the room run smoothly. Peace, fam. Peace, Cash Peden. Peace, everybody in the room. Peace, Desmond. Peace, Kamit. Peace, moderators. Peace, Raphael. Peace, Jody. Peace, Rigo, who's a constant supporter. Peace to you. You are excellent, awesome, fabulous. I appreciate everybody. Oh, wait. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. All right, I got to give two more people send a donation. I have to put on the screen. I'm not going to close out everybody. Right at the end, we got to give a whoa, wait. We have Desmond picking up from the 999. What is this? Hold on. Oh, man, you guys are making this. I'm tired, but I'm having fun. This is Desmond picked up from 999. He puts 1010. 1010. Okay, good. 1010 and oh my goodness, man. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. Okay, here we go. We're gonna go ahead and show this on the screen. Shout out to you, Desmond Clark, who puts just as I'm closing out, he puts the 1010 and the 1111. Hold on, let me put this on the screen, everybody. Let me put this on the screen. Let me get this set up to get on the screen. Gotta give this acknowledgement. This is awesome. Boom. 1010. I'm gonna put them both on the screen right here. Boom and boom. And just for that, you're gonna get, and oh, that's over $20. So you're gonna get the clap. You're gonna get the hand clap. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate that. Let me go ahead and put you on the screen. You're wonderful, fabulous. Boom, the screen is there. And there is the 1010 from Desmond Clark. Thank you, my brother. 1010 from Desmond Clark, but he didn't stop there. He went on to 1111, picking up from the 999. Him and Cash Peden are doing lottery numbers. Thank you, my brother Desmond. Thank you for that support. You are awesome, fabulous, and you are very, very helpful, supporting the Podclass. Right at the end, when I thought that it was over, and this man sends a donation right before I can even shut down. Oh man, what's going on? Hold on. Oh my goodness. I'm just gonna leave the computer on. You guys keep going. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna leave the computer on, and you guys can keep going. 12, 13, 30. I'll wake up in the morning. It'll be 1,100. I'm trying to go to bed. These guys are awesome. You guys are just, I can't even. Wow, Desmond has taken up the Cash Peden trend, and he is continuing it. Thank you, brothers. So that was a 1010, 1111, right? And we go. And look at this, everybody. We got 1212, 1010, 1111, 1212. Thank you, my brother Desmond Clark, for picking up the trend. That is awesome, my brother. You are fabulous. Wonderful. Let me go ahead and stop the screen. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate that. And let me go ahead and okay. All right, everybody. Should I just leave my computer on and just go 12, 13, 13, 14, 14, 15, 15. You guys are awesome, man. I'm extremely tired, but I'm loving the good energy and the appreciation. Is Desmond the? Oh, this is the Desmond. Shout out to Desmond. This is you, isn't it, Desmond? FPV. Shout out to Desmond FPV for doing this right at the end. Just man. Oh boy, you guys are awesome, man. You guys, is that Mark Abuda? That's Mark Anthony. Shout out to Mark Anthony. I never saw you before in the room, but shout out to you, newcomer, or maybe change your name, or maybe I didn't notice the name. Shout out to you. Thank you for coming. Okay, man. Desmond's going. Desmond says, should I keep going? I'm going to leave this podcast on, putting Akash here on the mic. He can continue, and you can keep going. We got Sinetia Moon putting up the dark hand and the smile. And he says, this is my stripper budget. Very nice. Actually, very true. Very true, because I've never actually given strippers any money or actually done any of that, but I know brothers that go into the strip club and they go in there and they give out $200 in ones for the night, and they get nothing but a dance. So shout out to Desmond taking that money that would have been wasted throwing the strippers and throwing it to the Tehuti Podclass. Thank you so much, my good brother. Thank you for the support. Okay, that's my stripper budget. Okay, everybody. We are doing great. We're ending off. I'm going to do one more refresh and see if Desmond is done. I think he's officially done. Yes. 10, 10, 10, 12, 10, 10, 12, 12, 10. Oh, hold on. 10, 10, 11, 11, 12, 12. That is awesome. Thank you all very much for coming to the Tehuti Podclass. You all are appreciated. Thank you very much. I'm just going to show it one more time. I did it with Cash Peden when he did it, so I'm going to show it one more time because I love this. I really, really like this. Here we go. I'm just going to show them one more time all in a row. Here we go. So 10-10 from Desmond Clark. Boom. Thank you, Desmond. 10-10. Over here, 11-11 from Desmond Clark. Thank you very much. 11-11 from Desmond Clark. And he did 12-12 from Desmond Clark. Thank you, my good brother. Again, you are awesome. I'm going to take it off the screen, share. Thank you so much, my good brother. That was fun. That was really, really fun. That was fun. And you know what? I'm going to give a clap to everybody that came to the class. All of you deserve a round of applause for coming to the class. I appreciate it, everybody, for supporting. All of you get a round of applause, no matter what you donated. Just for coming, just for posing the questions, keeping it live. Thank you, everybody, for coming to the Tehuti Podclass. You all did it and made it happen and made my night by keeping me sharp. Your questions keep me sharp, everybody. So thank you. Shout out to Rigo. Shout out to this brother here, Black, Big Black Biscuit, sounding off like a SoundCloud rapper career. Okay. All right, everybody. That was awesome. Shout out to you all. Ankimat, MS, Nin Teraset, and Mayat, Min have a pet and Mayat. Her and Hukiwi, per Ikut. I live from Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.